start off tonight with looking at the facade conceptualization. I'm always tempted to get Marcia to present the facade conceptualization because she can never remember the words. or what it meant, but other than that, we'll turn it over to Bob.
Walk out of that. Marcia's always been unbelievably wonderful when it came to facade conceptualization. Before I get into this program, I'd like to say I have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the meetings. I've enjoyed working with all you people, and hopefully we'll have at least a couple more get-togethers before we go on and do something else. Tonight, very briefly, I'd like to talk about one phase that you people are going to be getting more into in the implementation of some of the task force objectives, and that is facade conceptualization. I would like to touch on it very briefly from the standpoint of basics. You're going to be talking about design, you're going to be talking about image, you're going to be talking about selling to people and marketing the community as well as physical change. I guess I always have a little sermon on facades and what sort of message a community is presenting, and I basically asked the Center for Urban Studies if in fact we couldn't squeeze in a little bit of sermon at the dinner here. So you get a dinner and a sermon, and then you can talk after that. We won't take any contributions, but I always like to reinforce aspects about facade conceptualization. After I go through that, Brian Paschillo, who is under contract with us, will talk about technologies to achieve some facade conceptualization. Brian, did everybody see? Brian is over here. Okay, he's with a technology group known as Michigan CAD. We'll talk about technologies. But first, the reason I bring up the issue about facade is that too many times communities are presenting certain pictures, but they don't necessarily know what those pictures are. At one time, I put together a very brief one-pager on positive images downtown, and I talked about at least 4 different issues, and that is good designs make for good business. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up to you again is to reinforce some issues. Sagging cornices, peeling paint, confusing signs or lack of signs, bricked up windows, motley array of materials on facades do not convey care in business operation. Now, they may not be directly related, but it's what sort of a message they convey. Lack of pride through shabby image does not convey economic opportunities for prospective customers or investors. Number 1. Number 2, little improvements have a cumulative impact. Whatever that term is. How do you say that word? No wonder, it wasn't typed wrong. Okay. I'm a good reader, I'm just not a good speller. Anyway, the situation is we don't have to conquer the world with one major improvement. It's a whole lot of little improvements that really have the effect on the community. Downtown is perceived through those little changes as an ever-changing, ever-improving area, and that it is not a one-time attempt. It is an ongoing situation, not a last-ditch effort to do something. It's an ongoing situation. The third thing is an appealing image. What do we say with our image? Now remember, you people are going to be talking about implementing a lot of your objectives, and that implementation is going to give a message. Now, what do you want the message to be? Quaint, small town, urban, resort, closed, open, friendly, bustling, heritage, art deco, informative, private, caring, lazy, progressive, out of step, convenient, confusing. We can give any and all of those messages at any one time, and that affects what people are going to do, whether in fact they're going to stop, whether they're going to have that impression remembered. I don't know if you can remember 7 or 8 months ago when I talked basically about the Main Street program, and I normally give the story that my wife travels around with me during the summer, and she says, through certain communities just says, Bob, don't slow down and lock the doors. Okay. People react to perceptions. And the image, the message that we're going to send from the community and are presently sending, positive or negative, is going to affect how people are going to react. And the last thing is promotion. What are we selling our community to be? A lot of that will come out in the image issue. Whether it's public space improvements, whether it's buildings, signage, traffic patterns, all of these things will be selling something to our community. And finally, can the community meet those expectations of whatever we're trying to sell? Very quickly, I'd like to go through slide presentation.
Do you need the lights down, Bob?
What?
This projector doesn't work.
Kill one.
Okay.
Turn one off.
So I travel throughout the state of Michigan, and I will try, if I'm in your way, tell me to sit on the floor or something. There are a variety of different styles. Or there are a variety of different styles. Not any one style is necessarily bad, but it gives a particular image. There's the original, and there's a more modern approach. There's half and half. Now, this is where it gets confusing. Before you had the original image and then you had a fairly modern style right next to one another. It's somewhat uncomfortable. When you have something like a colonial style, which is the bottom half, and a Italianate, which is the top half, that's also a little confusing. A brickwork and a blockwork. Okay, that might be a little confusing. What is the message you're trying to send out? Maybe just little people go in this place. It always gives me the image that just a lot of people, small people go in. It's not real. It's not real. What are we trying to convey here? The Yocums live here, I think. Is this, is there some sort of message that we're trying to convey here? And how does it fit in with the rest of the block? Well, it's colorful. Eclectic at best, yes. You have to be careful about whether, in fact, you're confusing somebody when they look at it and say, geez, I wonder what in the world they sell in there. Or they say, boy, this is really cute. I think I want to go into this place. Be careful about that message. I think they sell shoes here. Evidently, this is the European place to be downtown. A lot of other buildings have used the original architecture. Some have modified them a little bit. As you can see, the windows in the second from the left, basically signs that are complementary in scale, and then you have that very nice one. We have to be careful what we're trying to do. It may look nice, it may look modern, but does it really fit? What sort of a message is that? You go to this place evidently to buy large awnings. I don't know what else you would do here. Please, when you look at buildings and you look at what you're trying to convey, keep in mind that it might be cute, but would you buy pizza from this place or the same place? Just style. That was just a cleanup. Is this a business that you might want to go into? Or is this a place that you might want to go into? I'm not necessarily saying that you have to go right back to the original historic architectural style, but be careful about what sort of image you're conveying out there. Understand the pieces of the property, not only the parkland and how pedestrians get into that, not only the parking lot and what the accessibility is and the landscaping and the pedestrian access into it. Facades are also designed in a way that they have very important pieces. They have a top, a cornice, which finishes off the building. They have maybe an upper residence or office, second story office, main showcase area for retail. Make sure you understand the parts and how they best go together. In some cases, look at this side, in some cases, it's just a paint job. That's the same building. Just a paint job. It brings some life to the building. It brings some life. Again, maybe you would have purchased something from the all green one, but that conveys a certain message to you, whatever that is. You have to keep in mind that there are ways to clean up buildings. Maybe it's just a paint job. In some cases, you have to orient the main building. This is a major space between windows here. This is a major space between windows. It's the same building. They brought out the character rather than having that potpourri of first floor and bland second and third story. Sometimes a paint job will just pick up what you have. A lot of architecture featured, and then you can accentuate it. Sometimes you have to create the image. A common paint is nice. They didn't change any windows. They accentuated the architectural features, and they painted on a cornice to finish off the job. There's nothing up there but paint. But they implied, they gave you that image that it's a complete piece. Sometimes you have situations that you can't change. You have this tile that is going to be there. If you remove the tile, you have a hole in the wall. So they just painted a common color and then they covered it with an awning. By advertisement, they also covered that somewhat different approach to style. Sometimes it's a little bigger than that, but you want to convey to the people that, by the way, here's something that you might be interested in. We're trying to make it look good. We're keeping within the architectural style, accenting its features. We've tried this in many communities of, by the way, let's try something new. Let's try Western or Alpine or the Bavarian that I talked about. And it may be just a simple removal. What do we want to convey as far as a message? I'm not saying that you necessarily have to remove everything. I'm saying just understand what sort of a message that particular unit is conveying. Maybe it's just a paint job, maybe it's just a cleanup, maybe the sign needs to be improved, maybe it's a total change. But be aware of the message that's coming out and be aware of what sort of message you want to send. Sometimes you have to look at different drawings and different ideas. We'll talk a little bit about the technology to help you out with that. Try different things. In this situation, there was an aluminum coverage that basically handled most of the side of that downtown in Ipsy. They looked at old photos, they saw potential. They took out the siding, painted it. They have something that people really want to look, in many cases they want to go and look at the building, which also brings them into the building to buy bikes and such. Remember what sort of a message you're sending. That's the same shop, just a simpler way to do it. Remember that there has to be a separation between vehicular and pedestrian, and that is a critical issue here. We keep hearing about that within the surveys and such. That through design and through planning and the realization of how people feel, you have to separate and create that either through landscaping or actual separation of parking from the street and such. What sort of image do you want to create? What sort of atmosphere? What sort of environment? That, fairly modern for that. Now, you don't have to remove everything, just understand what that message is that comes out. Okay. I did that very quickly because I wanted to also get into technology. The Wayne State program and the Commercial Revitalization Initiative talked about the possibility, and initially in the conceptual standpoint, we were going to have facade conceptualization equipment, the whole entire program. Now, the state didn't necessarily come to the table with money to fulfill some of that for whatever reason. However, there is a good possibility that that technology will be achieved in the not too distant future. However, during this interim time, we wanted to show you at least some of the possibilities through technology, and we did in fact contract with Michigan CAD to at least show us what are the potentials of looking at different alternatives for facades and such. And Brian, I'd like you to present your piece on that.
thank you for having me tonight. Really enjoyed working on this project also with Bob Terry and Mary Rohr. We started about 30 days ago, and my first visit to Wayne was about a month and a half ago. I had never been here before, so I was interested in seeing what I would find when I got here. And today, I'm going to talk a little bit about computer imaging technology. The way I achieved this slide, for example, was to take that original fountain and project it into a symbol representing the state of Michigan using a computer imaging technology. We photographed selected sites like this one and scanned them into a computer that had the right software and video board to be able to project these images. These images could be turned into a videotape format, or you can have a display in a hard copy like this in a slide, or even a photographic printout. This site was selected mainly because as you drive in West Michigan Avenue, this is the first, I want to call it, shopping district that you find. And the first thing that I noticed and observed was that the trees seemed to prevent me from determining what was behind, what type of store I might need to shop at. As a matter of fact, when I first came here on a Saturday, it was with my wife, and we were going to go shopping. And so that was kind of, I wanted to find the stores that would be most interesting. This is one of the things that I noticed. So with the computer technology, we have the ability to take out a couple trees and see what's behind it. And what I actually did was photograph in segments all the way down the street to have reference points so that I would know what was behind them. Well, we took the trees out and found a whole lot of brick and a lot of opportunities for advertising. And so we gave the restaurant a new awning, something that would let people know better what was actually there.
Brian, just a time out. There's a pointer right up there on the top of that ledge.
Oh,
Okay? You want to use that to point out the restaurant that you're speaking of.
all right. This is the awning that we're speaking of right here.
The Omega.
Right, the Omega restaurant. And the awning's a nice touch, but it seems a little bare, and maybe the trees weren't such a bad idea. The main thing about the technology is we can go back now and see what it would look like with the trees returned back into view. And that's sort of one of the main themes, is that you can try it before you build it, which is something that really hasn't been able to do before. It's usually too late. It's built, it's over with. One of the things that we also noticed was that the street itself needed to be warmed up a little bit. And by this, we put in a brick paving pattern here along the curb area. And to give you a better idea, we'll zoom up here.
Again, there are different technologies, and you can try different patterns. He's got the brick patterns around the trees. He's got a front brick pattern to the curb. You can try a variety of things. Previously, we would talk to a landscape architect or an architect and say, by the way, draw me up something that represents what we should have in the downtown. They would take considerable time to put together a sketch, conceptual ideas. Once you got it, say, well, that's nice, but it's not quite what I want. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort, in some cases a lot of dollars put in that. With this technology, as well as several other current technologies, you have the capability to play with the picture and try different things.
That's a good point. The different technologies, too, can be merged together. People know of computer-aided design. If there didn't happen to be a building there, we could create a building and then put it onto the site. So this could be used for some undeveloped parcel of land. This was the next site that was selected, mainly because here we have the State Theater, and in this area is a wide open space with the building set quite a way back off the street. So as you're driving down, this is what you see. And I noticed they're renovating the theater, trying to attract people down there. Well, we're trying to maybe make this a more appealing site to improve the perception passing down the street. So all we did here, first of all, was clean up the brick. We kept the original brick, just cleaned it up with some type of a chemical. And the theme here in all these renovations is keeping the budget low. We know that that's usually a consideration. We're trying to do things to the building that aren't major cost prohibitive. Zoom here for you. Okay. Now the next one, instead of an awning concept, we kept standard font style lettering to be a little bit more consistent with the other buildings in this grouping, with the lettering on the building. And then again, maybe we want a more drastic change. So in one of my more creative moods, I came up with contempo colors. And again, it's probably better to see it here now until after the fact. When you're driving down West Michigan, you say, oh, what did they do? But then again, this is what it looks like now, so you can be the judge. What would be better to have there, this or that? Well, you're not restricted to just making a choice here. There we came up with a little bit more calm color.
There's also something else in that you play with.
Mm-hmm. Over here, to break up the expanse of the wall nicely without painting on it or putting signage, we put a tree that does well by the street and some complementary flowers here, and we could do that whole space in a nicely landscape design and really add quite a bit. After looking at this with the type of lettering, we thought maybe an awning on there would be a little bit more appropriate. And one of the things that we could notice here is that some of the businesses don't really exist yet. And that was part of it. You know, designing a building with a specific business in mind is different than one that's not there. And I'll get back to that point a little bit later on. Here we can see an example of a layout, which is something that came up to me as a possible concept, something that might be needed to separate the parking space from the actual driving space, and also to give the pedestrians a chance to cross this road. I walked up and down taking pictures, and it was kind of hard to get across, except if I was at the corners. So this might be a little bit more friendly for the pedestrian. We used, again, a simple brick pattern in here just to break it up a little bit and add some color.
And Brian has the capacity, through the technology, to put that layout wherever you want along the sidewalk. I know that Mary brought up the issue that there really isn't anywhere, particularly where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic down by the theater and such, there really isn't anywhere that you feel comfortable crossing there. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be safe crossing there, but it starts to imply to the people driving down the street that maybe this is a little different than the rest of the street.
This is a blown up close-up of the same view. With the way it's set up on the computer, you can zoom into any area, and actually, when it's not in slide form, but actually in the computer form, you could enlarge and actually see the State Theater in full size, even though it's way down the road. So you have the ability to design building by building by building. We didn't really give the whole entire grouping of buildings a theme. We tried to do one building and make that more appealing. But you could do all the facades and come up with an entire theme concept. Even though more people pass by the front of the stores, the majority of the customers are going to have to go into the back to park. And when I drove back there, I wasn't really sure of what the stores contained. More of the frontage had the signage, and whereas in the back, the parking was there, but you really didn't know. We had a business here that doesn't exist, so I mean, I can see where you would run into difficulties when there's nobody there. You can't very well ask somebody to improve the building, so you've got a catch-22 situation here. But with the technology, we can possibly market our buildings better to prospective business owners. And when I looked at this, I'd say, well, what type of business would go here? Who would take a risk? And usually a small entrepreneur or business, family-owned business, somebody's going to spend their life savings on starting their dream business. Who's going to go there? Well, what's going to attract them there? Well, maybe what would give somebody a chance to be there would be something that would be unique, something that would be very colorful. And here the city and the business owner can come to some type of terms and agreement of what's going to be projected. It has to be good for the city and also for the business owner. We came up with a conceptual business, even put balloons in the windows for some merchandising ideas, because that's a very big part of storefronts, the window treatments. In here you can see we've done some landscaping, just with some holly shrubs, some euonymus, and a crabapple tree with some lava rock. Nothing very elaborate, real low maintenance. We noticed a lot of trees around in the back, but a lot of islands that were left unlandscaped. So we just put some in here. We cleaned up this building quite a bit. You notice we took, I'll go back to it in a second, there was some pallets that were on the loading dock and didn't really know if that was being used or not. Attempted to give you some sense of a pathway here, like entrance, go this way, and we expanded on that. Here we came up with another different type of business. This is a cafe, maybe somewhere that you can go in and have different types of coffees, croissants, or buy imported coffees, a place to sit down. Seemed like a nice idea for a business there. That color is a little bit more, I want to say, or less risky than the pink. Okay, it seems to blend in a little bit better. But this is what we have now. And in the next concept, we painted this building a different color, and we also painted up the above part of the back of these buildings, which really needed a little bit of work. There's considerable rust that had run down the walls. I have 32,000 colors, and I think I tried about almost every one, trying to come up with this particular building color, so you can be there all day. Just between this color and this one, trying to see something that would flow together. But you can also notice, and I'll zoom in, the sign here says West Michigan Avenue Shops, which gives us an idea that this is a shopping district. You go through this little alleyway, and in the front would be your entrances. So by leaving it white, it was something that was very visible and attracted people's attention quite a bit. You can turn on the lights now, thanks. I don't know if anybody had any questions. Let me know now.
What's the cost for somebody to just come out and do what you do here? In fact, one individual business,
Individual business?
Yeah, if the owner wanted to have a view of his own business that way, what would his expenses be possibly?
It's kind of hard to know unless you know what the project is. Usually it's
Same
done,
thing you're just doing,
it's done on an hourly basis. So we can establish a budget and what needs to be done. Most buildings, just to give you an idea of how long it takes, that entire presentation of all the building was done in about 20 hours of actual retouching time. There was time spent taking the photographs, having meetings to outline our ideas, scanning in takes some time, but you can do usually any facade building in a couple hours and have a pretty nice concept. If it's something just like we did simple changes, we did color and simple lettering and signage. We didn't get into a lot of heavy-duty architectural detail and custom design because that's a matter of taste. Whereas here we tried to do things that were major impacts to perception of the customers, which were colors and signage. As far as specific details, we didn't spend that kind of time. So maybe to renovate a building, it might be anywhere from a couple $100 to $1,000 or something like that, depending on how much time. So, depending on how detailed you want to get.
Brian, just a comment on your first slide when you were addressing the Omega and the line of trees down that part of Michigan Avenue there. We had a quick huddle here. none of us knew there were that many trees there.
Oh, really?
It was interesting that the eye is selective in what you see, and we did not recognize the fact that there were that many trees down that stretch of the road.
Don't ask Dave Zuckerman that.
I don't disagree that they're there, but it's just interesting how people that are familiar with that see things differently.
Quite honestly, two things. As you're accustomed to the area and you come farther along that West Michigan Avenue, you will get in front of the businesses, and if in fact you're not traveling too fast, you can see what they are. Or you already know what they are, and you will visually create that picture. Also, the other side is many times we see the creative wall with different colors on it, and we get used to it, such that we don't notice it as much as somebody just coming into town and saying, what in the world is that? Well, we say, hey, that's our wall. Even though we say it should be changed, we get too used to it, and so we don't notice a lot of it.
Sure.
The real value, and I've had a lot of fun walking through communities, and I said, do you realize that sign is a little out of angle with those? Oh, we never noticed, and they've lived there all their life because it becomes too commonplace. You really have to think about the person who is going to get that first perception, that first message.
Brian, did you take a slide of the next block from Wayne Road going toward the theater in terms of the trees?
The next block,
West of the one that you led with.
that's where the cable vision. And
Yes.
There isn't any trees, I believe, in that
Okay.
block. That block is totally just frontage. Yeah, I took photographs. As a matter of fact, the first time I came out, I took 36 photographs, which were hot spots or potential areas that we could work on. The second time I came back, I focused in on the 3 areas that we selected just for reference points for myself, especially when I needed to know what was behind those trees to recreate it. So the initial photographs give you some really good information. I'm glad to hear that that was helpful. And you saw something new.
So Brian, you take a photograph and then you scan the photograph into the computer
Right.
and then work on the photo in the computer.
Exactly.
So the photo is never touched after it's scanned in.
Right. You still have all the original photos. You work with the software as an object-oriented paint program, which really means you can graphically change colors of anything in that photograph, and you can take other database items and intersperse them. Let's say a new tree, you can have a picture of that tree and put it in. You can develop a new building and put it onto a site where there currently is vacant. Most of the ways these images have been used before have been for zoning boards approval for variances or for potential remodels on buildings, instead of a blueprint site being handed to somebody that's usually not very informative to the layperson. Whereas a photograph, everybody can tell whether they like it or not, or whether it's crowded or appealing. And they can usually make that determination.
And then going a step further, you have all those different signs in the computer, or you have to take a picture again of a different sign and then scan that into the photo and then put it onto that screen.
Well, some of the awnings already existed, and we copied those and recolored them. So you can make do from things within your scene, right? You can graphically make a sign, or you can scan one in from somewhere else. So you have some options there. And the way I did this particular project was to keep it at a very high resolution so we could make good slides. Usually it's done in a video resolution, which means we can show it as a television videotape with narrative and music or whatever needs to be done depending on your presentation. This format seemed to call more for slides. But if you're in a small conference room, under the right circumstances, a videotape might be more appropriate. I notice you have a TV VCR here too.
You mentioned that, and our subcommittee had mentioned that idea. Approximately what would be the cost of converting slides to a simple video for dissemination throughout the community?
Well, actually, the files are already done. You see, by the process of doing it, you can output them to different formats. So it really wouldn't be difficult to go from here onto videotape in a few hours.
Just a ballpark figure?
I hate quoting the
Would it be
prices.
fairly simple, though?
It wouldn't be difficult, no. By the way we did it, we already have the presentation set up. You see, it's just a matter of turning on the VCR and recording the images. as a slideshow. So that's one of the, you don't have to do your work twice to get the two different formats.
There are a whole variety of different sources for the elements of the picture, whether it's landscaping, whether it's people's. I know she didn't have a dog in any of the pictures, but
No.
there's almost an unlimited source of items or elements or textures that you can put into the picture. Whether you photograph it for somewhere else, or whether you actually have the software that provides that base material. A whole variety of different ways to do that. And the block east of the theater in that particular setting with the large building was chosen not only because of the large building and the side of the building with a variety of different colors, but also that vacant space. We did landscaping, we dealt with sidewalks, we dealt with the building itself, we dealt with signage and color combinations. So, and that's one reason why we really wanted to focus in on it. Not only do you improve the building, but you can also show how you can ease the abrupt openness that you have. Either you have trees at the street line, and so it looks fairly busy and you don't really see that much of the building, or you set the trees back, and in fact, that second slide, you set the tree a little bit farther back, didn't you? So that you can create kind of a park atmosphere, which again eases the back of that building, which is the half a block over, as well as improves the setting of the building. So you had a lot of possibilities in that area, as well as the rear parking lot. You get a lot of different elements you have to deal with.
Those slides belong
The slides. I have a set for Todd and one for Wayne State, so they have access to.
Corinne can point you better. Since, as a business person, and they were looking for your needs, and maybe give me an example. The last building you did in the old theater area, since the old theater area is a larger project versus a smaller, it won't be in comparison for a business to get an idea of the pricing. Because if you're going to sell a program, you've got to have some kind of idea, or whatever committee it is that's going to sell that program, what its cost factors are. You're telling us nothing will cost.
What our cost would be as a company per hour, okay? It's based on an average $50 hourly. And when we're saying that most photos can be done an average of 2 hours, that gives you $100 cost for your average one photo. Usually most of our projects though involve at least 3 changes, 3 concepts per design, per item.
Is there a way a company can send their own pictures in for you to do that? Eliminate that cost factor right there.
That would be helpful. Yeah, if the photos are presented, that saves some time and travel and effort, yes.
Also, the important aspect of this particular process is that the company needs to talk initially with whoever the agency is going to be and say, well, what sort of ideas do you have initially? Rather than me doing 3 designs here, try any one of these. It's a conceptual aspect too. What do you want to sell? Who are you appealing to? In what ways? And that will help him or whoever the agency is to gear in their type of information to the
Right.
I just understand where you're coming from. I was just saying, if the engineer takes their own pictures, goes to his agency, here's my pictures, let's see what we can do with it. We're talking a couple hours worth of possible.
Yeah. So afterwards, you're welcome. I'll give you a card. You're welcome to call me and discuss any particular project. That's fine.
I was going to make a point that the way to be more economical about it is we have a photograph taken of 3 or 4 places inside to share the cost between our businesses to come up with a solution.
When I think about the cost to do this, and I think about what it's going to cost to actually build it and not be happy with it, I try to compare those figures, and I think it's a good investment of time and effort to know what you're getting. Because when I look at a paint chip, and I looked at one on that one building where we did the gray with the teal awnings, and that little chip was great color until I spread it out over that large building, and all of a sudden it didn't look as good as I thought it was going to be. And so we kept it in there anyway. There was a couple other ones we didn't show you. I put brick pavers down the whole walkway, and after we just determined that most of the populace would be slipping and falling, breaking heels on that walkway, and no matter how great it looked, we decided not to go with it. So I deleted that one.
have 10 minutes, so I'm going to speak rather quickly. One of the most striking findings of came to be known as the Sidewalk Intercept Survey was that the majority of people who were interviewed were non-residents of Wayne. That is a very important finding, particularly because it suggests that the commercial function of downtown Wayne does not have to depend solely on local incomes. That there is a real possibility of attracting people from outside of the city into your commercial area, and that some consideration should be given in your strategies to ways to enhance that flow of persons into the city who are taking advantage of your commercial functions. We had they're showing you the computer technology. Our copying machine broke down today, so we will get copies of this document to all of you. But let me go quickly through the major findings. The question is, where were these people coming from? As you can see, 75% of them came from 5 areas. The largest draw was Westland. Over 30% of those came from Westland, followed by Romulus, Canton, Inkster, Ypsilanti, a few from Detroit, and then this is a large number of other areas in which there was a fairly small draw. But you are drawing people from your adjacent areas. The related question is, where did you come from? The importance of this, are people coming here as a destination to shop or dine or take advantage of other activities? Or are they in transit somewhere, going somewhere else and stop off? Particularly, are you pulling in the commuters that go through the center of your town? Because of the way the questions were asked, we can't get a very positive fix on it. We know that slightly more than 20% of them were coming from work when they stopped in Wayne. The majority of them were coming from home. Now, because of the problem in the way the question was asked, it could be that these people are coming from home on their way to work and stop off, but we don't have capacity to differentiate that. But you are picking off some commuters, a large draw of people for home. This suggests that at least a lot of these see Wayne as a destination shopping. A little more than 10 came on some other errand. Some of them are coming from school, and then a very small portion here for other purposes. Okay, why did you come to Wayne? I suspect you can't read that. The largest number, about 34%, came to shop or browse for a major purchase. Now, later on, we'll see that the average expenditure is fairly low, so we've got a contradiction there. Either it means they could not find what they were seeking, or that, and it's very possible in this type of survey that you do have those contradictions built in, followed by others, which is a collective of others. Do a quick errand, work. They came to work here, to shop or browse for minor purchases, to window shop, to bank, to meet friends, to stroll, to eat out, or to visit a professional office. A couple observations there I think are important. Again, this suggests that people are coming to Wayne to shop, to do errands. To some extent, they're here to work. The question is, are they coming from outside the city into the city to bank, to meet friends, to stroll, to eat, or to professional offices? A very, very small proportion of those are coming. This really suggests that this downtown area is not viewed as a place for socializing, for social interaction, for meeting friends, for eating, and so forth. That's, in my view, kind of surprisingly low. If you looked at people from the city when you came to the downtown area. I'm sure this would be much higher, but it suggests that there is work to be done here in terms of building these functions and making it a more attractive place for social interactions and dining and that type of activity. There's real questions, how do you create that kind of ambiance that would encourage that? How much time did they spend in Wayne? Largest number, about a half hour, followed by less than 15 minutes, followed by about an hour, 1 to 2 hours. This does say that they are not extended visits, and that's consistent with the finding about the lack of social interaction, dining, and so forth. So that the majority of people that are visiting your city from outside the city, these are quick shopping forays, and that somehow you're not finding a way to keep them there to visit other areas to draw across stores. It suggests that they are coming for a specific purpose rather than just general shopping activity. When are they coming? Again, over half of them come on weekdays. About 18% on Sundays, Saturdays, excuse me, and about 16% come both on weekdays and weekdays, and 7% don't usually come. This suggests, though, that the people you're getting are repeaters, that we picked up 7% who don't usually come in, but you're getting a lot of people who come more than once. Again, a base to build on in your activities. Very little on Sundays, very small portion only on weekends. What time of day are they coming? It's primarily afternoon. Almost 45%, between 40 and 45% are in the afternoon. Slightly more than 30 are in the mornings. Only about 15% come in the evening. So again, this suggests the primary attraction is afternoon shopping, followed by morning, that you're not drawing a great portion of these people from outside the city into the cities or anything that's going on in the evening. I'm sure your theater will change that dramatically. If you do this next year, this will be there.
Can I ask a question on the hours here, real quick? When you
Sure.
say afternoons, are you talking, what kind of time period is that? When you say morning, before 12 or after 12 or
Well,
6?
the questions were given just in terms of morning or afternoon. We did not specify a time to.
Oh,
I think there were actually time ranges given. I have the data here. If you're interested, I can maybe look that up for you.
I stand corrected. We did ask that, so we can give you the detailed time on that. How much do you usually spend? Okay, the majority of visitors spend less than $10 on each visit. However, almost 20% made one major expenditure of $40 or more. So in general, it is small purchases. That's what I was suggesting is inconsistent with the finding that they come or to shop or browse for major purchases. But again, almost 20% are spending $40 or more.
Larry, one quick question again. What were the locations on the sidewalk intercept? One of them was Northside Hardware. One of them was Designer Warehouse. Where were the locations where they were intercepted?
Well, there were 3 days we did it on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in different times during the day. We did it on the north part of town, over by Sherrill's Ceramics.
Okay. North part of town, you meant in front of Frank's Furniture or at Northside Hardware?
I think it was around Northside
Okay.
hardware area.
Okay.
Also
Charleston?
by Designer Warehouse.
Designer Warehouse, Michigan and Wayne.
And there was one other location which I can't recall.
Plus you did Metro.
Oh,
And
yes.
Metro Mall.
Mhm.
So there were 4 locations. Was there a south side, like Cobb Pharmacy or Plagan?
I don't recall if we did that, John.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the under $20 and over $40. Trying to figure out people going into Sherrills or to coming in and out of motorcycle hardware, how that calculated.
What John is suggesting, I think, is an important point. Because the pattern we see are not people strolling down the sidewalk, shopping, browsing, people who are going site-specific and probably leaving, and the specific sites at which the interviews were done may affect these findings. I think that's a good observation.
Yeah, especially when you're surveying at Northside Hardware, many people would go in and just spend under $10, maybe getting something to maintain or fix their house. Frank's Furniture across the street, they're not going to get anything for $10.
Not even the time of day.
I mean, I'm not criticizing Paul. It's the same with Leo's or myself. We're not into that bracketing. I fall into it better because I have parts, but and Leo has small gifts too. But
Greeting cards.
yeah, things like that. It's very difficult.
Excuse me, I can't see you out there, so we'll have a comment question.
Don't want the darts thrown back.
I'm pretty blind up here, so.
The times and the locations also were staggered. When they talk about basically at Northside, or they talk about Metro Mall, they talk about Leo's and such. We tried to stagger them such that we didn't try to only deal with the people that happen to be on this particular corner in the one reading. At a different day, at a different time, we also crossed the street and picked up other reactions. Because in many cases, the street actually limits you as far as where you're going to go and which side you're going to go to. So we tried to cover all of them.
Okay, age, you're attracting relatively mature shoppers.
Thank you.
Sorry, there's something there.
Mature, I like mature.
If you look at the largest component, there are people from 60 to 72. But in general, your shoppers are 30 or older and weighted to 40 or older. Your shoppers tend not to be what would be the young married or young single category, and you're not drawing in a lot of teenagers or youngsters that are shopping.
If we had a mall like Westland, that number of 30 and under would be really high.
Really high, and
The kids go to the mall for the weekend.
all the pluses and minuses that would go with
Okay,
it.
all right. Follow that.
Excuse me, that was it part of my part.
We'll take the mall, we'll take the pluses and the minuses, and we'll turn it over to Lieutenant Randall. He'll handle the minuses.
Primarily female shoppers, almost 64%, around 36% of them are male. That is, this is an awkward statement, it's fairly consistent with the finding that most of the shopping is morning or afternoon.
Is that consistent with other areas? Or would that be different?
I suspect that's fairly consistent with
I
other
would think so.
commercial areas.
Well, the percentage of male and female, that's pretty much consistent. And in fact, that percentage of female shoppers has declined a little bit because now they are working, they're in the workforce, whereas they used to do the major portions of shopping. It's also dependent in this situation about what the employment standard is for the community. If you have many people, again, that are working, you're not going to get them in that sidewalk intercept except for certain areas after 5 or after 4 in the afternoon and or on the weekends. But that's basically consistent with most other areas.
So it's safe to shop in Wayne during the day, but it seems to be a little unsafe for women to be shopping in the evenings.
No, no. The thing is that maybe something's not open, or
Well, as
out
long
of
as
the
we're not
total.
open, we're not getting any business any longer.
Say
What
what?
do you think of that? We're not open any longer, or any late hours any longer, because we're not getting any more business any longer.
Well, it really is a chicken and egg situation. A lot of people, well, let's take a scenario. A person decides that because of the demographics and a larger percentage of both male and female are working during the day, and they realize that 60% or whatever the number is shop either after 6 or on the weekends, which is the general figure that's out in today's world. And they say, well, listen, I'll stay open until 8 o'clock for 6 months and see how it goes. Well, you also have to inform people. You have to get them used to the pattern. If you're the only one that's open in the evening, it may not work out. So it's a lot of other factors besides security. You know, you may have to inform them about what's going on. Plus, it may have to be a community effort to deal with that. Plus, you, as a business person, have to be convinced that the demographics are in fact true, that there are a lot of people that are doing all of their shopping or a major portion of their shopping after 6 or on the weekends. So, but there are a lot of other factors just besides security.
Just two quick final pieces of information. We also picked up the race of respondents. There are almost 77% white, slightly more than 21% black, 20% Asian, and 1% other. There were some open-ended questions, just asking people for general comments. If somebody could put the lights on, I will give you just some of those comments. The majority of the comments that were made focused on the need to, again, remember we're talking about non-residents in Wayne, the need to provide more extensive shopping opportunities, greater product mix, as well as greater diversity of opportunities. The types of stores that were identified by respondents as desirable were large department stores, everybody agrees with. Better women's clothing stores, I'm quoting their responses, not making judgments. Shoe stores, dime stores, more fashionable stores in the mall, more fast food restaurants in the mall, recreation-oriented shops, especially stores for children's. Other comments that were of interest that appeared more than once in there were fix Michigan Avenue, utilize abandoned buildings, more street lighting, safety concerns, the need for more carnivals, parks, and recreation activities.
What did Fix Michigan Avenue mean?
I can't do more than
Potholes?
yeah, I don't know.
Any thoughts on that, Mary? Fix Michigan Avenue.
A lot of, some response came up from the standpoint of the traffic volume. Some were talking about making it a little bit more pedestrian oriented, a little bit more pedestrian friendly. Some were talking about one-way traffic rather than two-way traffic. So there was a whole, diversity of responses. Unfortunately, we didn't say in detail what do you mean on that particular issue. We just said what sort of things would you like to see changed.
Take the trees down? That's what they meant by
Take just that one.
I want you to know, boss, that I was timing you when you were taking the presentation. We were about 20 minutes. And earlier I made him a commitment that I wouldn't lose my voice. We have a big project tomorrow night and on into Friday. So does that mean if I lose my voice, then we're
You're in deep trouble.
We'll now get on with the task force reports. There are 6 task forces. We have asked a member, or in some instances, 2 members from each one of the task forces to get up and report the findings. We'll do this. We hope that each one will be about 15 to 20 minutes in length totally. They'll talk about those key findings. We'll put them on the overheads here. We'll allow ample time for your feedback. We will be recording your comments, your suggestions. and we'll be taking these back. If there is a substantial amount of work for the task forces to do, they may need to mitigate. Also, I want to stress too that these are the preliminary reports. I think that needs to be stressed. This is not in final form. So if there are additional comments that need to be made, this is the time to make it. So I would hope that if you have particular comments, please feel free to raise your hand and let us know, let them know.
The beauty of the different task force subjects is that many times they overlap in common areas, and so you'll see that coming out. And so there may be some modification of that for the final report, that it is keyed into one particular task force where 2 or 3 may have talked about it.
That's right. Yeah, it's my opinion that most of these reports are fairly good and complete. There are some that are more detailed than others. There are some that will need more refinement than others. Perhaps that will be your assessment as well. The first report will be on traffic and parking, and John Terry's subject.
We might mention, Mary, this is not a forum in which we should debate at great length over possible areas of agreement or disagreement. Let's get the issues out and let those be taken back to the task force. This is not the appropriate forum to try to reach consensus on areas where we may have disagreements.
Thank you. That's an important point, too. We also expect, too, because this is a draft version, there may be some type of graphical errors and just comments and some punctuation. If you'd like, you can pass those along to us. If you have written comments you want to pass along to us, that would be fine as well. John Zach.
Okay. As it indicates on the, also on our task force was Councilman Ed Rowe, who was not here this evening. Again, everybody knows that we identified 6 areas, traffic and parking being one of the problem areas of the city. And my group talked about, again, I don't mean to be facetious, but we talked about a number of things regarding traffic. We're going to take it in 2 pieces here. We're going to do traffic first, we're going to do parking with you second. We talked about a lot of things, and most of it, you know, were the kind of ideas that end up on the floor and you never use, like speed bumps on Michigan Avenue, and, you know, vacant police cars sitting every other block, with the radar pointed up, you know, looking down the road. And we had a lot of fun with this group. And then we got serious. And we talked about the issue of traffic on Michigan Avenue and on Wayne Road. Those were our 2 focuses, Michigan Avenue and Wayne Road. We realized that there's traffic concerns on Vinoy, and there's traffic concerns on Newburgh, etc. But we felt that our focus should be Michigan Avenue and east and west and Wayne Road, both north of Michigan and south of Michigan. The goal, this by the way all begins on page 64. So if you've got your books or your booklets, it's all on page 64. And our goal is to create a traffic pattern conducive to pedestrian patterns, vehicular stopping, ease of mobility, and business patronage. The pedestrian patterns was mentioned by Brian and by Bob in terms of having to traverse Michigan Avenue, either east or west at various points. Also trying to traverse Wayne Road, for instance, at Elm Street, or Chestnut, or down on the south end of town, trying to get across Wayne Road. Those are easier to do, particularly the Southside Business District, where there is a light at Annapolis and Wayne Road, and there's a good crossing point there. The Northside Business District is 3 blocks long as opposed to 1 block long, and there are points along there where you've got to be pretty fleet to make it across Wayne Road at either Ash, Chestnut, or Elm. The same thing goes for Michigan Avenue in the downtown area. You've got to be pretty fleet of foot if you're going to try and do it, even at the intersections, let alone at the middle of the block neighborhoods. So that's what we mean by pedestrian patterns. Vehicular stopping, again, on the Michigans our thoughts had to do with you're riding down Michigan Avenue and you notice Omega Restaurant or Leo's, and you're in the middle of the pack. There's 4 lanes going east and 4 lanes going west, and you're heading westbound and you see Leo's and you're too far over to get over. So you try and edge over to get to the parking lane or to get to the main road to come back around. And because everybody's moving through town at 40 to 45 miles an hour, cover your ears, Dan Randall, because they're all going through town that quickly, your ability to stop is impeded. Secondly, in terms of vehicular stopping, is the issue of if you are in that parking lane and you're going to pull in to park in front of First Optometry or in front of Goldie's Bookkeeping or something, and someone is roaring up behind you, going 40 to 45 miles an hour, you got the vehicular stopping issue. Ease of mobility, I just talked about. Business patronage, of course, would be what we're all talking about, and that's having a traffic flow that enhances patronage. Our objectives were 5: create a community pedestrian security and safety, create a traffic flow which would maintain or improve retail visibility along Michigan Avenue, which means slow traffic down. Educate retailers about the purpose of changing the traffic flow. We're going to get to that real quickly about some of our alternatives. Separate local and through traffic. That's going to come next. Develop a plan to slow traffic in the business district. That's a little bit redundant to number 2, but it's there. Who are the players? Okay. Initiation, we said City of Wayne. We could have said Chamber of Commerce, Merchants Committee, and if you all feel that should be added in there, we'll put all the names in there. Implementation of our proposals to you, City of Wayne, Michigan Department of Transportation. Costs to make some of these, we're going to propose in a second, enormous, substantial, whatever kind of adjective you want to put to it, but they're going to be big costs, and maybe too big in some of your minds to even tackle, or maybe they're big, but they're survival to you, and you feel we should do them. Sources of funding, 3-fold. City of Wayne. Secondly, Downtown Development Authority funds. Thirdly, MDOT funds. Okay, on to the alternatives. These are not ranked. Like alternative 1 is not our most popular or favorite amongst our group. Alternative 2, second. They're just alternatives, and we gave them a number. I think it would work best if I kept the north point off this page so I can get all the wording in, realizing that north is up, okay? If anybody gets confused, as I often do when I'm trying to figure maps, this is how we'll do this. Our thought was, speed bumps won't work. And if we're going to slow the traffic down on Michigan Avenue and create a pedestrian area, patronage area, ease of mobility, etc., then we've got to get away from the one-way street pattern. That's this group's proposal. We've got to get away from the one-way street pattern. We can stay as we are, and we can complain from now until the cows come home about the speed of the traffic on both Michigans. But unfortunately, this group feels that the only way we can do it, and I wish we had a facade conceptualization plan here, where we could play with this like facades, because this is a big game. This is a big ticket item, a big price item, to try and put this into 2 ways. I'll explain the alternatives, and then you can ask questions or throw tomatoes or whatever. Okay. This is where the trees are. The storefronts, this is Wayne Road. Down the block is 2nd Street. Here's Designer Warehouse. Optical Warehouse. The Vacant McCrory's. First Optometry. On this side, MBD. Transco. Everybody got it? Okay. This is the area. You have a double wide sidewalk here. This will repeat over and over. The sidewalk here, and there's another section of sidewalk. The right-of-way line is the building lines in this block. This is the area where the trees are and where there's sidewalk. This is the parking lane, the current parking lane. You have 4 through lanes on Michigan westbound. 4 through lanes. And that goes all the way from Lentz all the way to the viaduct. You have 4 through lanes. It varies, however, at various points where you've got parking on the south side of Michigan. Only place left in the suburban western Wayne County where you have parking on the south side of Michigan is in Wayne. And it's in the area west of Elizabeth over to Garrett Glass. Everywhere else, the parking on the south side of Michigan is gone. Just like Wayne was the last place to have parking on Wayne Road between Ash and Chestnut. And we finally gave up the ghost on that about 10 years ago. We were the last place in Wayne County to give up parking on Wayne Road. We'll talk about that later too. So, but you got 4 through lanes throughout. Alternative number one eliminates the parking lane and makes 2 lanes going west, using the parking lane for one of those 2 lanes. Takes the center lane, and in this vicinity, it would be for left turns at both ends. Down here at 2nd Street, you could turn left to go north on 2nd. At this end, you could turn left to go south on Wayne Road. You'd still be able to turn right to head north on Wayne Road here. Okay? People coming up Wayne Road would be able to turn right and go east on Michigan Avenue. We'll call this Main Street for now. Michigan Avenue will become Michigan East. Okay? So I'm going to refer to this as Main Street. So Wayne Road, go straight through, come up, turn left and go west on Main Street. You can turn right and go east on Main Street. You can come down 2nd, and you can go north on 2nd. Or you can continue to Lentz and weave back into, at the crisscross, weave back into Michigan Avenue going east with your divided highway. That's alternative number 1. 2 lanes, parking lane is gone. And this is both left turn and landscaping. By landscaping, we mean brick pavers, raised brick pavers with trees in them, plantings that would give you the boulevard effect, where you'd be riding by, and sometimes you'd see cars next to you getting ready to turn, and then you'd see green. And maybe even some lighting in there to create some way stations for people to cross through here, not at the intersection. Okay, that's alternative 1. Would you be able to see the businesses? No, the trees would still be. The trees would still be.
No, I'm saying, if you were going eastbound, would you be able to see businesses?
You'd have to look between the trees that would be here now, plus new trees would be there. And that's a question that would have to be resolved in terms of what kind of trees would you want. You could go with something much tall and skinny or much shorter. But this would be a landscape area. Okay. Yes, question? Yes.
Maybe you're going to talk about this alternative number 1 with the Main Street concept. Maybe you're going to talk about what eastbound Michigan becomes.
Yes. Right. Okay, number 2. Oh, I got it. I'm all right. Down. Okay. 2 lanes. The present parking lane becomes westbound lane. Westbound lane. You have your left turn lane, you have your landscaping, and you have your 2 eastbound lanes. The current area where it's sidewalk and landscaping comes out. All the trees. From Wayne Road down to 2nd come out, and they would also come out on the other side from Wayne Road down to Elizabeth. Okay, so your parking lane now would be here. No trees. You have your sidewalk still up to the businesses, but this would be parking, maybe with some leg out type arrangements or what have you. But this is where the cars would park now. And you'd have to take this area, put the curb in, and redo the lighting and that in that area. Okay, that's alternative number 2.
question on that, John, is there sufficient space to have a parking lane taken out of that sidewalk and landscape area and still have visual,
You have about 12 foot left. You'd have about 12 foot left from the edge of the curve to the front of the building. About
and
12
put in
feet.
an additional parking lot?
Yes. Yes. Now, Dave may not like having the stability, or Pat may not like having the cars that close to them and cut down the area, but there would be the room. Okay, alternative number 3. You leave the landscaping and sidewalk where it is. You leave the parking lane where it is. You have the cars going shoulder to shoulder past each other. 2 going east, 2 going west. That would be, again, all the way along Michigan Avenue here. Okay, the only place where this would have to change is you'd have to take the parking away from the south side of Michigan, west of Elizabeth. The south side of Michigan, west of Elizabeth, would lose the parking in front of the optical, the used car lot, the Michigan Bell offices, that area there. So there'd be 2 blocks that would have to give up their Michigan Avenue parking. Go with this alternative. That would also be required by the other ones as well. Okay? They would have to give up that parking because when you pass Elizabeth Street going west on Michigan, you go down to 3 lanes with a parking lane on the north and a parking lane on the south. And these all would involve that. So the first 2 would, as with this one, but everything would remain the same on the north side, the landscaping and the parking, but you have the cars going past each other, just like they do now on Wayne Road or other streets. You'd still be able to turn left. Of course, you could turn right, you come down here, you turn left going north, etc. But you'd be, this lane would become the left turn lane, and unless you restricted it during certain hours of the day, you might restrict left turn movement. But this would be the left turn lane, and as it would be down here. That's number 3.
John, does that meet state regulations for separation of traffic?
Yes. They'd be 12-foot lanes. They would meet the state highway code. Whether the state would sit still is the issue. Okay. Alternative number 4 is you leave the landscaping alone here. You leave the parking alone here. You have your 2 westbound lanes. You have your left turn and landscaping area. You have 2 eastbound lanes, but you take 12 feet away from in front of NBD, Transco, Cominar, Kerwin Optical, Parkway, Credit Union, etc. Okay, you leave the parking where it is, all these trees, but you'd be bulldozing these trees in front of Transco and in front of Cominar's. Same thing would be true on this side. You'd be taking the trees down in front of the bank, in front of Wayne Roadhouse, by Metro Mall, Pizza Hut, etc. And you'd be giving up that parking area along the south side of going on the road. The alternatives, yes, Dick?
I just wanted to ask you, on your landscaping area, can you get a little more detail on that? As a left turn lane and landscaping, are you talking about like when you get to 2nd Street going eastbound, would you have like a left turn lane for like 2 vehicles? Or would it be?
Probably, detail-wise, we'd probably have it like, it would probably be something on the order of 100 feet. In here, and 100 feet at the other end, so there'd be more than room for 2 vehicles. It'd probably leave you stacking 4 or 5 cars.
Okay. The reason why I was asking is that your landscaping may not be, somebody had said something about trees in the middle there.
Yeah. Yes.
And those may be more of an endangerment, where I don't know if you've seen where, like in Chicago, you've got a media there that can come in and people can stand there and cross, and pedestrians can see both clearly to get across the street if they're walking like jaywalkers would be, something like that.
That's what the landscape area would serve as. People would be crossing through here, because if you have pedestrians crossing at this point, these left turn people would be impeded from completing that turn because the pedestrian has a right of way. You'd want the pedestrians to cross down here and have to negotiate 2 lanes of traffic to a safe zone where the landscaping is, and then they would complete their crossing of 2 more lanes, as opposed to having to get all the way across here at the corner.
I follow that, just trying to avoid some of this tree stuff and maybe keeping it at a lower level, more eye visibility for people to look down the streets and crossing.
Right. You gotta kind of close your eyes here and think about, imagine, here's MVD. They've got these driveways that come out now, you pull in, and it's backwards to what this plan is. But the drive-through people come out this way, and now everybody coming out of the drive-through must go west. This proposal and all these other proposals would force everybody coming out of the drive-through to go east first. Because if they try to come across here, 2 lanes, and then get into this lane to go north on Wayne Road, you have a problem. So we're looking at everybody coming out of MBD and having to go east. You would not be able to, for instance, cut the left turn movement would be strictly at 2nd, Wayne Road, at the streets like Biddle, Newberry, and Elizabeth. You would not be able to turn left to come out of here and turn left through here to go in that driveway alongside of Suncoast Travel to enter the parking lot. You have to come down the 2nd, up 2nd, into Sims, and into the
Or
parking
you could always negotiate the parking lot, come out on Wayne Road, and then hit the light.
Right. Or you could come out of, we work with the bank to get them to reorganize things so they could come to Wayne Road and go north or south on Wayne.
Excuse me, John, I'm just keeping time.
Okay, I'll be.
Are there any of the options that would allow the U-turn?
No. No. I didn't envision it. Did you, Mark or Bob? No. We were trying to keep the left turn movement at the main points. And again, this median here would not extend, I should have clarified that, we'll put that in the report. The left turn and landscape area down the middle, we went with this alternative, would not extend beyond Elizabeth, would not go west of Elizabeth, with landscaping in the middle. Okay, the landscaping, etc., would only be between Elizabeth and 2nd. East of 2nd, it would be cars traveling right next to each other. Okay, but no landscaping down the middle. Only from 2nd to Elizabeth. Now, realizing that the downtown extends east of there and west of there, but in terms of making this thing work, that's what we were inventing. Going back to Ed's question about Michigan East. Michigan East would become Michigan Avenue, this being Main Street. We have 2 alternatives. They're not in drawing form, but we will for the report. The 2 alternatives are you have 4 lanes. Alternative number 1 would be, that's all you have, is 4 lanes, 2 going each way. Okay, and that would be the business loop. 2 lanes going each way. Alternative number 2 would be that we buy and create a 5th lane of 12 feet that would be 3 inbound in the morning and 2 outbound, and at night 3 outbound and 2 inbound. So in the drive time as people head through Wayne going to Canton, there'd be 3 lanes on Michigan Avenue going west across the front of Farmer Jack and Kroger in that area, and there'd be 2 lanes heading toward Dearborn. In the morning, there'd be 3 lanes going toward Dearborn and 2 lanes going outbound, and we would use the arrows and the X's to tell you what lanes to be in and what lanes not to be in. There would not be the need for those arrows if we stuck with just our 4 lanes with 2 going in each direction. There would be a net loss. There would not be any loss in terms of capacity, but this would become a lower speed because we would permit left turn movement on Main Street. Michigan Avenue, on Michigan Avenue eastbound, would not permit the left turn movement. And so the speed would be higher. So that's our 2 alternatives for Michigan Avenue, and I'll put those in form so that you guys can have for the report. Okay, any other questions about Michigan? On the parking. We felt, based on our own discussion and the survey results, that overall we don't have a parking problem in downtown Wayne. We have a parking structure that's underutilized. We have a few businesses that are without parking of their own, such as the Club Bar, GI Surplus, Optical Warehouse, Designer Warehouse. So we have some areas in the downtown area where the only parking that the business person has is on-street parking, and that he can poach, for lack of better words, or borrow from their neighbor that own parking lots. Again, we realize we have some pockets where there are parking needs, and that's one of the reasons why we talked about buying the Salvation Army store and taking it down, and buying some other buildings and taking them down selectively to create some parking. Reorganize the parking lots to create additional capacity. That would be behind Leo's and behind Country Miles. Encourage usage and educate employees and owners about proper signage and lighting is the goal. Develop a uniform parking system that would incorporate both private and public lots into a uniform parking plan. Some would be owned privately, some would be owned publicly. Educate employers and employees about the importance of proper usage, that is, getting employees to park in the less desirable places so the customers can have the most desirable places. Improve the signage to the lots beyond the statewide use of the green and white sign with the letter P and the arrow, to go into something a little jazzier that would say, parking lot. Educate customers on the location of parking lots, and we would do that. Okay, public forums for explaining the parking system, brochures, maps given out in stores about where public parking lots are, where all the parking lots are, I should say. Maps to be given out by the chamber and at City Hall here and other locations. Maps that would be inserted in local papers and the metro papers that would fall out, stick up on the wall and keep, and getting this information on the cable television. 2 small parking thoughts. Well, the same players again. Here, basically, I'll just run through that quickly. The city and the chamber, of course. Implementation of this would be the city, the chamber, and maybe more specifically, the Merchants Association of the chamber to meet regularly for promotional purposes and other purposes. Cost in terms of this would be mostly printing and design kinds of things in comparison to the cost of changing Michigan Avenue. We just stuck the word in there, minimal, because anything is going to be minimal to that. And sources of funding would be the DDA, the Chamber, and the Merchants Association. I could have put in there the city, but more than likely, anything to do in that area would come straight out of the DDA. We had a couple of areas on Wayne Road that we spent some time with merchants about. And Bill Copeland, who was on another task force, helped us. Some of the other members of the steering committee task forces helped us too. So a couple of thoughts where we have some kind of chronic parking problems. And again, north is up. And we have 2 to show you. Real quickly. Wayne Soback, Soil Conservation, Dr. Breyer, Frank's Furniture, DQ. Wayne Road, Chestnut Street. This currently is a landscape area going all the way to the alley. This business and the other business next to it find itself, particularly Wayne Soback, in a situation where they no longer have the parking on Wayne Road. Originally, it went obviously all the way to Glenwood. There was parking one time, but later on that got locked off, and we had parking from Chestnut to Ash. I'll compress it real fast. For years and years and years, the city resisted the county for taking the parking off of Wayne Road, to the point where the county said, we will not resurface this until you agree. And the road was getting to look like a washboard. Something had to give, something had to happen. In the early days of the DDA, we thought we were going to have some DDA funds. It turned out we didn't, so we borrowed from the city's block grant program, built parking lots in the back behind some additional stores, and let the county go ahead and resurface Wayne Road from Glenwood to Sims Avenue, and put new lights, new street lights all the way in through there. But we had to give up the parking in that 2-block area. Nevertheless, still some areas existed where some businesses like Wayne Soback and BJ's Pizza as one suffered because the parking wasn't there. What we're talking about here is taking this right-of-way section out of grass and trees and paving this. This means the curb is removed. There's a new curb line along here. This would be a short time area where people could pull in, get out, go to this business, bring the vacuum cleaner in, out, sewing machine in or out for service to repair or whatever. When this is closed, of course, this could be used put in additional parking in the Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen is chiefly busy in the evening, and Wayne Soback most of the time is closed in the evening. There are some nights when it's open. But this would help this area where there is not a parking lot behind the Dairy Queen. There are homes. The Dairy Queen has some of their own private parking, but frequently that gets over into behind these stores, and the stores like Raladella's and Plastic Craft are hurt because the Dairy Queen at peak times have a lot of people trying to use a few spaces. So if you could accommodate, 4 or 5 cars in here, and you would solve a lot of problems. Again, these are proposals. The last one to consider, and again, we went all the way up and down Wayne Road on this and looked at these. The next one is just down the block at Henry's and BJ's Pizza. Frequently, BJ's customers park all over Henry's lot. You run in here and get pizza with chicken or wrist, and go back to the car and they go. This business person has been cooperative in that regard, as I think the Dairy Queen has been with trying to help out Wayne Soback. But if you created another one of these situations in here, again, this one would be on the south side of the street. The person would pull in, park, run in, get their stuff, get back in the car and leave. They wouldn't have to park back here and walk all the way around to the front door. BJ's is not really in a position to cultivate a rear entrance. Richard Everfall is not in a position to cultivate a rear entrance because his rear entrance would go into the soil conservation office. This one would go to the parking lot, but that would be right through the main body of the kitchen. This is an idea. We also looked at doing this alongside of Jack's Sports. There's not sufficient space to do it there. But this kind of idea, for not a great deal of money, could relieve some problems for some of these businesses in this area where they tend to have to kind of prevail upon each other to do some of these kinds of things. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
John, about how many spaces would you get out of that?
Again, this could accommodate about 4 or 5 spaces. 5 max, call it 4 in each case. And depending on how far you took it back to the alley. You wouldn't want to take it all the way to the alley because you'd have people pulling out right where the alley is and you'd have problems. So you'd want to hold this back off the alley, in both cases, at least 30 feet, and so that these people could come back onto back onto Elm Street and head eastbound, or even turn into the alley to go back to Wayne Road, or turn up this way to go over to Wayne Road. We wouldn't want them trying this routine, because that would be a problem.
Excuse me, John, if it would be okay, what I'd like to do, because in the interest of time, if there are any suggestions or recommendations to the Traffic and Parking Committee, you could make those to John. Or could also the task force is working on traffic and parking, please raise their hand.
Please? Oh, yeah.
Wrong song, Leo. Wrong song. I'd like to start by introducing the folks that were involved in the Appearance and Design Task Force. This is kind of an interesting group. I've been on a lot of strategic planning things in my job and so on, and often strategic plans are made, put on a shelf, nobody looks at them again. Somebody dusts the dust off and reinvents the wheel 10 years later. But what was nice about our task force, which consisted of Ernestine Carter sitting over here, Randy, I have left. Randy Harder was here, had some marvelous ideas. Dawn Hunt over here, Debbie Mann's in the back, Evelyn Millar, who can't be here tonight, involved in the church, Bob Schroen, who has marvelous professional ideas, Dave Zuckerman of Leo's. We've met half a dozen times, and everybody brought kind of a unique skill to the meeting, which really facilitated what we did. Everybody had some unique skills, things to offer. I didn't have a lot, so I decided, this group decided I could do this. One of the things we're going to look at are several one goal, several objectives, and several strategies to accomplish the objectives. One of the things I think you're going to see, I hope you see, everything we suggested is eminently doable. I've often been on committees where it's marvelous to spend somebody else's money But when the businessman has to invest in something, that's a whole different story. And I think the focus of what we did in appearance and design is to make sure that we weren't sitting in a little cloistered room here or somewhere else with real pie-in-the-sky ideas that aren't going to work because we're assuming one thing, the businessman is looking at the bottom line, and then you have strategic planning that goes out the window. So we didn't really do that. Everything here, as I said, I think is doable, is reasonable, and a lot of incentives are provided. We're not talking about tearing up concrete, 14 roads in. That's nothing of our charge. What we're about is a very simple goal, obviously to develop and implement I think the whole strategic plan. If the implementation process isn't there, some of us have wasted a lot of months. But to develop and implement a plan, we improve appearance and design in downtown Wayne. Brian over here stole a lot of our thunder at the beginning. That should be a song and dance we do together the way you had that marvelous presentation. The first objective is to educate the merchants and landlords about the alternatives and benefits of improved design and appearance. And what we have under goal number 1 are many types of strategies to kind of sell it to the merchants and landlords that it is good business and it's good bottom line business to get involved in improving appearance and design. The whole educational process has many facets. We're talking about field trips. Many people know the success stories at Royal Oak, Plymouth, and Northville. However, some might not. The notion of field trips, the notion of videotapes, the professional literature and planning literature we see now is full of videotapes, how-to kinds of things that a library on improved development can be developed. A book list, a professional library could be kept in City Hall, at the library, the Chamber of Commerce, with ideas that we can use. A pamphlet is most important. A pamphlet, so when a businessman has an idea, it's not, you got to go to 14 offices, get 3 permits, pay 4 fees, see 4 people, 3 of which are out for lunch at a time. But to in fact have a how-to and all the information in a pamphlet, again, to facilitate the notion that projects can be done. And projects can be done well. Projects can help the bottom line. And the city's involvement will be not to hold out your hand this way, but to hold out your hand this way and say, we're going to help you in many a way. And this pamphlet is the first step. And it will be just all kinds of things. Local architects, builders, etc. So you can read this for yourself. This is on page 24 of the handout here. But again, so that if merchants have an idea to improve design and appearance, we can help them along by showing them things that can be done, just facilitating immensely. We have targeted outcomes, but I don't think we have time to go through those. There are in the booklet. The cost in this one objective is minimal. We're talking printing costs, nothing more. Our second objective. I'm going fast because I don't want to get hit by the nerve balls. To encourage quality and compatibility of design. We want to certainly see this. Not that we want little gingerbread houses somewhere. We don't want to be a little Gaylord. We don't want to be a little this. But as we saw in the slide presentation, we don't want a purple building next to an orange building next to a yellow building or something like that. Allow, these are not in the order they should be, I don't think, from our discussion. But for example, number 3, establish an advisory peer committee. There are many people who invest a lot of money in the downtown area. You get down, Dave Zuckerman invested a ton of money in Leo's. The worst thing he wants is somebody coming next door with something that's not real compatible in terms of just appearance and design. Get a group of downtown folks that can be an advisory peer committee with local merchants regarding these kinds of improvement strategies we talked about. Offer number 4, financial incentives. Your design is good, but we can help you with the design that's more compatible with the business area. Again, there's nothing more marvelous to help somebody than a carrot in front of him a care of a dollar sign of some sort. Signage, John talked about it, several committees are going to talk about it. Number 5, recognizing the importance of signage through educational programs for merchants. Often we were sitting around, we were talking about parking signs. I remember one meeting distinctly. Where do you park if you're going to the village bar or to Bowers Cleaners and so on? And nobody knew if there was a sign up with an arrow showing behind Cheryl's Ceramics as a big parking lot. I've driven that strip 100 times, 1,000 times. None of us knew whether there was a sign there. There was a sign there. I went home that weekend and checked the little green and white sign like we're talking about. Make recommendations on products or techniques. Again, a part of this notion of quality, improvement, and compatibility, and educating the merchants, educating the people that are going to invest the money in one. Acknowledge the downtown improvements through increased media coverage, both in the press and on our cable system. We have a marvelous cable system that I really feel, and I think our task force felt, can be used so much more in terms of the downtown area. Anyway, to encourage the compatibility, quality and compatibility of design, we felt these strategies would help. The critical one, I think, is not a mandatory type of set of designs, because if you put in a mandatory design criteria, you stifle. Well, I don't want to do that. You can't tell me what to do with my money. It's my money being invested here. But I think through advisory and peer groups, we can find the same kind of outcome that we wish to have. Our third objective, I think Bob has a whole lot to do with this. We're fortunate to have him on our task force, to create a feeling of ease in seeking professional assistance for design changes. I think often when people move into a business, they invest a lot of money, and it's a question of how to. Where do you start? Which tree do you cut down first if you're going after the forest? People buying businesses, again, are interested in making money, providing for their families. They don't have the professional expertise, and they're not sure how to come about it or the costs. This is our method to create the notion that a user-friendly professional group within the city that can assist the merchant. Provide personal contact and literature that explains what professional assistance is available for design improvements and how to. For example, Brian's company. I saw people, after he was done, running to get his card and his portfolio. Well, have that available for every merchant in town so they know that computer-assisted design is available. Second, publish and distribute a pamphlet directory of local professionals who have the expertise in appearance and design kinds of operations, both exterior and interior. Kind of demystify the process. I think, again, a very important thing. Lots of people, I feel, and we've talked to lots of people, they're looking, it's like when I fix my house, a 29-cent project turns into $100 before you know it. Well, business people need to know that. Business people need to have a handle on that kind of thing. Again, they're investing their own money. And so to demystify this process, this kind of pamphlet directory that they can't find the architect, they can find the engineer they're going to need. They can find these kinds of people very easily. And that, again, to promote business inside the community. Third strategy. We thought was very important. Kind of a trade luncheon, hopefully sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. A workshop or luncheon to explain appearance and design processes with a panel of local professionals, which is a trade show, where we can bring in professionals in design and change, or design and appearance, to have a lunch with the Chamber of Commerce showing new design materials, new strategies to do it. Have, again, Brian's program here so that folks can see the potential. I watched that slideshow. I never realized that building down there could look so good. Yeah, it's an eyesore right now. Now, I'm not sure who owns that building.
Brazil Butler.
Okay. Mr. Butler comes and sees what can be done with that kind of thing. How much more of an incentive would he need? Excuse me. that's the notion of a kind of a trade show on an annual basis and so on. We thought the logical place is the Chamber of Commerce, and all the ideas can come here to help in again, educating and developing a notion that improved design is a very important thing. And the shared cost program. I think, or we thought, I don't think, that we can look very seriously at a notion that if somebody comes to John Zeck's office in economic development and says, who's a good architect? Who can we go to? We need some help. We want something done. We can look at, well, Randy Harder. Randy Harder might charge X amount of dollars an hour. Maybe we can help that merchant in the first visit through DDA funds, through those kinds of programs to let him know. Maybe the project the merchant has is just beyond his means, but let him know right to begin with. So this notion of a shared cost kind of thing with professional consultation is something we feel is really important. Again, the incentive to allow for an ease of the merchant and the professional to come together for an improved appearance and design. We can change all the roads we want. John made a marvelous presentation. But if we change the roads and don't change the appearance and design of the town, we spend a whole lot of money in concrete. And I'm not so sure that's what we want to spend the money on without the other kinds of improvements. Now, every plan has a carrot. Here's our carrot. To encourage participation of merchants and stakeholders in the appearance and design. The continuance and expansion, if need be, of the city DDA loan fund. We've also thought about, we have a DDA loan fund basically where the city will assist merchants up to a $50,000 loan. The net result is the merchants paying about 6% interest. Maybe we need to make it more attractive for vacant facades than that. We can have a kind of, we are looking at the notion of differential kinds of loan rates. Improving one building at an X amount, but the buildings that desperately need to be improved in town, you know, the cornerstone buildings that might be more of an eyesore, maybe it's something we have to look at in terms of even making it more attractive to the landlord, owner to change that. Number two, again, remember Bob, this I thought was marvelous. There are two educators here tonight out of a group of 50. Our school district has a wealth of talent. A voluntary local design competition for specific businesses. High school kids, we have CAD, computer-assisted designs, have a local design competition for a specific building each year. Have high school, college, professional categories. Make up models, show this around so that people can see what can happen. These are not very expensive kinds of ideas. The kids are educated both at these three levels, these two levels and the professional level. A merchant can see the type of thing that can happen with this building. We think that one is very important. We use facade design slideshow that we saw tonight at Chamber of Commerce meeting. Put this marvelous program on the road. Again, we talked about that already tonight. Taking Brian's presentation, putting it on a videotape so people can see the things that can happen. One of the kind of the brainstorming things we've done, maybe you're aware of President Carter and the Habitat for Humanity program that he's richly involved in terms of volunteering their time in a huge labor-intensive short time span, and homes are built. Excuse me. One of our brainstorming ideas would be select a building. Get 100 volunteers, and one weekend dress that building up. Imagine the public relations positive potential of that. The whole kind of thing where we get the community together and in one weekend do something of that nature. Brass flat, you don't necessarily have to speak brass, mind you, but one of the things that I've seen, one of the most impressive renovated buildings I've seen is the Warfield building. I don't know who it's named after. Never let my wife in that building because I'll have honeydews the rest of my life. But there was a building that is now a marvelously redone building. As an incentive, a nice plaque on the side of the building. Something to the effect awarding the principals in the Warfield building, making note of the fact they've done their bid to improve the downtown area. Bob Schroen's business, Dave Zuckerman's business, the same kind of thing. Not a lot of money, but just showing business folk that the community is very helpful. We're very thankful for this. An award program for improvements in the downtown area, and Appearance and Design monthly or annually. Monthly, maybe we don't have much change month by month, but an annual award to do this. All of these designed to, again, try to facilitate our fourth objective, which is to encourage participation in stakeholders, put the carrot out. We didn't have our fifth objective on an overhead, so I'm going to just have to read this to you. To encourage a pedestrian as well as vehicular environment. Foot traffic is essential in any retail trade. How do we make it more attractive? Again, we've seen some slides dealing with a lot of the traffic parking task force. Their goals are to do the same thing. One of the things we'd like to see, a very serious strategy, is the notion of a two front door concept in these businesses. It's a very important concept. We saw it again in the slideshow right over here behind the old man and so on. Yep. If you have all of your eggs on the traffic side and you see the parking side looking so shabby, there are people who can go to those stores. We have two front doors in many places, especially the merchants that front Sims and Wayne and Michigan Avenue. Increased signage is very important to help pedestrian traffic. Improve the usage of Sims Avenue. We're talking about, we didn't discuss the one-way or two-way Michigan Avenue Main Street concept. That wasn't part of our charge. But maybe Sims Avenue should be the eastern entryway to the downtown area. You know, right at Sims. Business this way, coming right downtown. You have attractive storefronts off Sims. That can be a marvelously attractive way to get businesses in. Even I was visualizing even continuing that around behind the parking lot, behind the stores, which would be west of Wayne Road. Consider a reasonable off-site sign location section to be included in the revised sign ordinance. That I suspect is going to be done where folks can, for example, on the corner up here where Sims and Michigan meet, have some signs about come this way into town and experience marvelous stores, etc. I'm sure Dave wouldn't object at all. Leo's traffic come down Sims Street. Shoot. Have parking, the trees aren't in the way. They stay late. Change the speed limit on Michigan Avenue. I'm not sure what it is. Michigan Avenue. 30? We suggested 25. Change the light sequence on Michigan Avenue West. Force everybody to stop. Make sure the light sequence is such that we can't go 45 zipping through town as we're going from one place to the other place. Install benches, mini parks, outside cafes, except for in the downtown area. These are all, again, improve the landscaping with portable greenery. One of the things I'm really impressed in the city is, I know when spring's come, the flower pots go out. When the flower pots go out, I start enjoying thinking in warm weather. I get fairly depressed when the flower pots go in. The notion that maybe more than flowers, the notion of some form of evergreenery, portable all year. Break up the concrete and the brick we see as we go down both our two main thoroughfares in terms of greenery all year round. Now, we talked about the notion of an open-air pavilion and farmers market and so on to better utilize vacant and underutilized parking areas.
Excuse me, Ed, I'm sorry, I need to give you a 2-minute warning.
Okay.
Everyone's been so nice to you already.
And last, to ensure that present designs and design changes, both facade and public spaces, can be easily maintained and preserved. We thought this was very important. There's nothing worse in a town. People making nice design and landscape changes and doing nothing for 6 months. And their nice improvements don't look very nice very long. Making sure that we have things such as high impact, low maintenance types of changes. Quality materials, things of these. You can see our strategies. Again, this notion of pamphleteering, I think, is critically important. A small cost item, chock full of information that we can communicate to all kinds of folks in town. A cleaning service. We have people come into our house and clean the roads and so on, and do that kind of stuff. One of the things we see, who cleans the streets in town? Who cleans the sidewalks in town? They're dirty. Is there such a thing? We thought maybe an entrepreneur could come up with it. I mean, a downtown cleaning service where once a week, the trash, there's not enough trash in front of Bob Schroen's place to have a full-time person. But when you take a mile this way and a mile this way, a commercial cleaning service coming in and sprucing up the downtown area. Both cleaning the sidewalks, picking such things as just simply picking up the trash and cleaning the sidewalks and cleaning the streets. At intervals that makes the appearance of the downtown area much more attractive. And that's kind of it. All of the objectives we have and the strategies included, we feel are very doable. Costs are minimal. All designed for the appearance and design improvement of our town. All designed with helping the merchant in things that can be done. We're not talking about tearing down buildings and building up buildings. My time is up. I don't want to forget. We'd appreciate any comments you have. I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
I'm really impressed with the creativity of this group. Any brief comments? Otherwise, we'll reserve those. Okay. Who is on Ed's committee? I know he called your names. If you just raise your hand.
Christine, Bob, Debbie Mann, Dave Zuckerman, Randy, who's not here, and Evelyn Millard.
Okay. Any comments you can get them to them? Those to them. The next one is Operations and Management Assistant, Ed Rothfelder.
Thank you, Mary.
And, let's enforce this. Use those phones.
You throw the phone. Okay, you guys.
I want to
If I
congratulate
throw the
Mary.
He's the tax collector.
I want to congratulate Mary on something. She is learning time management here. She has accused me and our group. We got a little bit behind in the first couple of sessions, and then we were told what the real time frame of getting this product delivered was. On the last meeting, I have to admit, I pushed things a little bit, and she accused me of being the Attila the Hun of group leadership because of my time management technique, which was to get everything done on the last Wednesday night we met. And we were successful. The group appreciated that because the best incentive was we didn't want to meet again. Not that we didn't like each other, but we wanted to get our part of the job done, and we think we did a pretty good job. I want to introduce Barb Sinet. Okay, Mark. First of America Bank, who, along with Angie Coper, are two members of the Chamber of Commerce, and you're going to see a Chamber of Commerce flavor to what we did here. John Heberling, Dick Simpson, who are both here tonight. Bill Vaughn was with the city. He has gone on to work in Washington nowadays. He helped us out at the start of this, and Tom Bailey, who I think took off. So I'm sitting here, I guess you got that. The things that we've got here, we're trying to address the things in operations and management that were addressed by the steering committee. And although we didn't address business attraction directly in what we're doing here, if what we have in front of you tonight succeeds, business attraction will be part of what we're doing. We address sort of a warm, fuzzy feeling to the idea of what we can do in Wayne with our own people here, and if we're successful at it, it'll attract others. We're trying to address some of the perception that Wayne is a difficult place to do business. That's something important in what we did. We talked a little bit about undercapitalization, but that'll be part of the education process. We're trying to defeat the wait-and-see attitude of many business people that was addressed to the steering committee. This will be active, getting things going, and it certainly addresses most of all the need for technical business assistance. Can everybody see that? I think our presentation is on page 32, if I remember correctly. The basic goal that we adopted here was one, to create a supportive and cooperative environment which would develop resources and programs to assist new and existing businesses. You're going to see throughout here a theme that puts a lot of emphasis on the Chamber of Commerce. It'll be up to us to find ways to make this work. Donna's not going to have to worry about what she's going to do in the next year if this all comes off. The whole idea here, though, we hope is just as doable as the other program. There may be some more dollars involved here in the long run, but if this works, it will support itself because people will be doing business here and it'll be supporting all these other ideas. Okay, we've got 5 objectives briefly. Develop a business assistance center within the Chamber of Commerce. You'll see here, provide information resources on business requirements, take the cooperation of downtown businesses to create a buddy mentor system, and we'll explain to you in a minute what that means. Some of these ideas are already out there, ones that the Chamber of Commerce has already addressed. We're just trying to formalize them and tell how we can get them kick-started. We're going to provide a mechanism to welcome and assist new businesses, something that the Chamber's already talked about, an ambassador program, and finally to promote continuing education. Under the continuing education idea, one objective that was mentioned was how to educate business people about their market mix and lane. We assumed early on that the business mix task force was taking care of that. That can be discussed under this provision, but I'm sure they'll bring out something there. Our first objective, the Business Assistance Center, was a place, but more than anything else, it's people. And 2 ideas that we had here under the recommendations were A, to come up with the secretary. I tried to talk to Donna about some of these ideas one afternoon. I think she answered the phone 5 times while we were on the phone. If she has to deal with a businessman that way, she's never going to get her job done. She needs help in doing something there. To start this off, we're looking for volunteer help. Down the road would be paid help. The same thing, if she's really going to be effective, she's going to need somebody to do something along with that to provide technical assistance to people. And the person we saw best for that would be a retired person starting out with a SCORE executive or something, somebody that would staff a business assistance center and really be the technical person to do things. So we're looking for 2 staff people here, starting out with part-time, working somewhere down the road. We think something like this could be started in 6 months if there's enough resources put into this. In the long run, this might run into expenses of up to $40,000 a year and more, so that gets to be costly. But in terms of highways, heck, we can afford this, guys. That's a piece of cake. Now, the initial funding on this, if it's perceived as the right start, initial funding on this money is necessary, might come from the DDA in the long run, or there might be some other service clubs, some people that are doing things right now, businesswomen, professional group, for instance, that would be willing to start a fund drive to fund this from the get-go. Down the road, the obvious answer to this is that we generate enough new members, enough people that are part of this business program, dues are going to take care of it. That's the hope in the long run. Okay, moving on to a second objective. The provide information resources. This one was to try and tie together other ideas that other people have talk about community resources, and if they're not in the community, where do you go? I'm not going to talk a whole lot about this one, but it was a second objective that we dealt with. We felt that the cost to do that would be fairly minimal, but this is the reference desk idea of the Business Assistance Center. We've got to figure out what we're going to gather here. We tossed out a whole bunch of ideas, but the very cost of this, once you start printing out these things and everything else, would be minimal. As Ed was mentioning, the total cost we thought might run as much as $5,000 to do a bunch of brochures and everything else, but in the great scheme of things, that's a minimal amount of money. I'm not going to touch on that one. That's in your book there. Again, this is something that we expected the Chamber of Commerce to do. The main objective here, Angie and Barb felt that this could be included with the Chamber of Commerce budget. The third objective, and one that is really important to what the Chamber is trying to do, is to start a buddy mentor system. This is working between businesses or between the city and businesses, different people that are key people, leaders in the community, or people that are connected with certain information groups in the city. We have to define what a buddy mentor does. in a job description so people know what they're expected to do, but this would be the person to contact new businesses sometimes, but more likely to set up a relationship with an existing business and kind of know what other people are doing. Touchy-feely stuff, you get to know what the other businessman has up his sleeve, if he's got plans for the future, and put him in contact with other parts of the community that can help him out. If not, direct them someplace where they can find it. If it's not something like that, if they've got problems, hey, let's share those problems. See, everybody has something that's wrong with your business, something that's not working out. Agreed to be a starting point for something like that. I'm sure that everybody in the chamber, everybody in business here knows somebody that they would recommend that at one time or another would be able to step forward. There is no cost to this part of the program. It would be all volunteers, and therefore there's no funding. And this could start as soon as people want it to start.
Ed, what's the difference between the mentor-buddy system and this objective?
I'm sorry, this is just part of that whole idea, Joe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's just part of the whole idea.
I thought it was two separate objectives.
No, but within that idea, then, when we have a new business or somebody that is about to come into town, we would try and use the buddy mentors as well as the executive director. Don is doing all this work right now. This is to broaden out what her impact is, to spread around the impact of the Chamber of Commerce, the whole business atmosphere. And first thing that our group felt was necessary was to try and make that new business early warning system as effective as possible. Donna has all her feelers out now, but she still can't find out everything. She does her best job possible to make that as broad as possible so that she knows when people are coming in town. We want to develop information packets that Ed is talking about and other people are talking about here that will help let those people know what resources are here in town. We develop a welcoming approach for every major type of business, whether it's retail, industrial, service, or whatever. People that would be coming in, try to help with a different welcoming approach for each one of them, and develop a plan to assign people to greet all these businesses as they come in, and set up this buddy-mentor relationship. This is where it starts. If we figure out what their needs are, assign the right person with them, then this will all go forward. If they feel good about being in the community, they have somebody to contact with their problems, and they can direct them, whether it's government, whether it's other parts of the professional organizations that they need to meet up with, somebody to get them started and get them going. And really, once that part is done, the follow-up procedure to make sure that the rest of the relationship works. Again, this would be done through the Chamber of Commerce. The materials, we figure, would be $10 to $20 for a packet to each person. There might be advertising, other ways of paying for this. That would be in that packet, and the labor would be volunteer again. So this part of the program has virtually little cost to it. Finally, to educate the people that are here and make sure that they're up on things, we want to promote continuing education, and the way we felt that this would work best is to create an education committee within the Chamber of Commerce. A small group, maybe it would be related to the school community as well. There are different ways of doing this, but people that were going to design the education programs and decide what the needs are, going to develop its own mission statement, come up with the periodical programs, work with the buddy mentors to get a feel for what is needed by the various business groups. Use those people. If they're out contacting the owner, they not only know their own needs, but they know what their neighbor needs as well. And they'll bring that information back. We can have a form of regular updates. But the main thing is to advertise the program. And this is to try and meet those needs that we can within the community. If they're not ones that we can put on the programs for, then direct people someplace else where they will find the programs, make them aware of this. Basically, we're talking about volunteers here again, and so the source of funding on the actual planning of this is going to be minimal. Putting on the programs, hopefully that would be supported by fees or whatever, but if that doesn't work, then there are other alternatives, and as long as we're dealing with volunteers, we can possibly get people from the professional community. I'm thinking of things like that affect ATAC seminars, things like that, retirement planning that you might want to deal with, other things that are fairly simple. You've got people in the community that can put on programs like that to try and direct that if there's enough need for it. Now, there's the word piece there. This is what we dealt with. So, in a very quick capsule, that's what we came forward with. Open to any questions there? Comments? Does anybody care? They still awake up there?
Who are the committee members again? Raise their hands.
My committee's back here at this table. Okay.
Good job. In the interest of time, we, out of the 6 task forces, that was just the 3rd report. I know this is probably unfair to the rest of them, but
A lot lighter than some of the rest of you did. We didn't worry about traffic lanes and parking. We were just concerned about whether we wanted to bring Disney World North in, or whether we wanted to buy Auto World and have it shipped down, those kinds of things. So we really had an
Big concept approach.
We had a real rich diversity of personalities and points of view on our committee. I wouldn't say that we had, always put your papers by the fan of the overhead. I wouldn't say that we had some differences of opinion, but perhaps this capsulizes the flavor of some of our... All right, now who stole my script here? Where's that? Okay.
Put it back behind you.
There are a few of us left, Dottie and Dave. Would you stand up, those of you from the MHS Promotion Task Force, if you're still around, please? Thank you. Stand up. Pat's going to share this responsibility with us. Certainly one of the things that we were impressed with in terms of the task at hand, no pun intended, was that as we got into the activity itself, it became pretty clear that there were a lot of fun things to talk about relative to image and promotion of a city, of a municipality, and most of us on the committee have lived in this area, are products of this area, and we have a sense of history and perspective that perhaps some others can't appreciate or don't care about, or whatever it might be. But the fact that once we got past the reminiscing and some of the fun suggestions, we did get down to some pretty heavy-duty discussions relative to methods and methodologies. And what we discovered is it's not easy to talk about image. It's a lot harder than it might appear on the surface. This was our product, I guess you could say, certainly. The major goal was to package ideas which would enhance the business community, the community's natural features and amenities, to attract people to the city, and to create a positive, and I believe that should be identity awareness. And that's not easy to say. I'm going to deal briefly with the first 3, and Pat will pick up with the second 3. Objective 1. I was at a workshop all day today. I'm sorry. I've lost control, and you're going to have to suffer through it. That's all there is to it. I guess we had, we 3 groupings briefly talked about. We really concentrated on cultural and architectural strategies under our objective of heightening the awareness to the general public, of the general public, to the location of Wayne. Some of us found it pretty incomprehensible that we no longer are recognized as being the end of the interurban line out of the center of Detroit. I probably don't even know what an interurban line was.
When did that stop?
When did that stop? I still have tokens at home. So. In any event, it is an awesome task. You can see the groupings up there really fall into some reinforcements of what some of the other committees have said, visual and aesthetic changes, which certainly need to be reinforced and made. Some cultural and entertainment suggestions, strong theme there throughout our discussions all through the committee. And certainly we also want to spend money. We could see at no juncture throughout this entire process could we see it feasible for a participatory democracy to find time in its busy schedule and plus a paid professional staff as it exists now in city government to devote the kind of serious energy and attention that would be necessary to really implement a great amenities plan. So key to a whole lot of the suggestions that we have had from our committee would be certainly consideration of placement on the city staff of a paid professional in the area of image and community relations, promotion, and a whole wide variety of things. That was an important thing. We had another strong theme too, and perhaps it's because Dave was so articulate throughout our meetings, but everyone seemed to recognize that there was an important link that gets neglected all too frequently between media and a community. It surfaces, of course, in crisis situations. It may surface in terms of special events, and we feel real comfortable with those kinds of relationships. But on an ongoing basis, in terms of actually having a mutually beneficial relationship with a wide variety of media, we need to devote some attention to that. And that certainly would address itself to the external publics more specifically, I would guess, than it would to. So what you've got is our shopping list up there of some really wonderful kinds of things going on in search of an event, looking for a home, much like the Renaissance Festival folks traveled from place to place looking for a home until someone said, hey, that isn't a bad idea, let's have them here, and they did. And they stayed. We could do that too. We certainly could do a lot more with the with a focus on the aesthetic and architectural, and that's been covered very heavily here. And we certainly could reinforce our role with medium. We certainly could think about seriously considering a paid professional on staff to begin the ball rolling. Obviously, most of the initiation pieces and most of the funding pieces have a remarkable similarity to them, so let's just skip all that stuff, okay? If you like it, you'll probably find some money for it. If you don't, it's out down the toilet anyway. Number 2, to present a more favorable impression of the City of Wayne's commercial district. Again, had some central themes to it. I think that number 6 on there was a recurring theme. Again, that we talked about when we talked about Objective 1, but it might have a more specific application when you think about the kinds of impressions people have about your community, whether they ignore you and close their eyes as they drive down Michigan Avenue, or whether they begin to have a sense of a good feeling, a good sense when they're traveling through and coming into and out of the community, that this might be a place to consider when and if they might need a place to live, or they might need a place to shop, and so on and so forth. And that is best done, obviously, by promotion, and certainly by doing some turnarounds in imagery, or in the image of the community. There was a lot of talk throughout the discussions on a number of issues about the relationship of Wayne to the expansion of the airport and to its proximity to Ann Arbor, its proximity to the center of Detroit there. The arteries, certainly the major highway access roads to and from the City of Wayne are much better than they are in a lot of other communities. And so development of that kind of hub concept seemed to be an important issue, and precisely how we address that is certainly going to be a challenge, but it's a topic well worth developing, and especially with the expansion of the airport, there might be a whole other dimension of the importance of Wayne that's there that we can't quite see, or that we think about but we're not sure of, but it certainly ought to be thought about and developed. Revitalization is the key theme, of course, in terms of objective number 2. One of the things that we thought was important to do, and it probably would have a major impact on a wide variety of these implementation pieces in terms of the strategies, and that's that we need to do a lot more with developing databases, or utilizing the existing databases for bits of money here and bits of money there that might be applicable for a specific group of local businesses, or a municipality, or a subset of a municipality, or a project of a service club, or an organization, a chamber of commerce. There's no shortage, certainly. The directory of grants and awards that sits on my shelf in my office is probably 4 inches thick. Most of those apply specifically specifically the educational setting, but you know, there's certainly there's a plethora of that kind of stuff. This is one of the activities that would be paramount for a staff person to begin to become immersed in from the city's point of view, and that's to begin to earmark specific sources of revenue that may have some definite strings attached to them, but that would be useful in putting a lot of the pieces that just say funding from city council, funding from DDA, et cetera, together, and then in turn turning those over to the grant writing folks in the departments and throughout the community. Okay, give you a flavor for that one anyway. The third one, the last one I'm going to talk about, and Pat will pick up the slack here. To establish an ongoing capacity to aggressively, and aggressively is certainly a key word here, promote the city of Wayne, which would reflect its unique features and attributes. This is a much more clinical approach, as you can tell from the cricket clinical. No, it's there. A little more highly developed. This took place at a meeting I wasn't at, so they didn't have any fun that night, I can tell you that. That was certainly serious stuff, wasn't it? Obviously, great emphasis in number one on making sure that we have a readily accessible and obviously a multimedia collection of highly detailed resources and attributes of the city in great depth and dimension and all kinds of things. The kinds of human resources that are here, certainly the demographics that you would expect to have access to, the educational opportunities, the quality of life issues, all these kinds of medical and so on and so forth. Much of that exists a piece here and a piece there. And I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bueller, there, that the intent was to make a much more cohesive package of all of the resources and to promote them as a single and totally complete package. Certainly, a key, the whole concept of cable came along and everybody started to talk about narrowcasting, and certainly that concept is extended into the advertising world and the world of commercial media. Everybody talks about, small market segments and all kinds of things that were unheard of virtually just a few years ago because of the economics and because of the great diversity of the folks who are spending money and who have money to spend. So I think that one of the things that became of particular interest, and we did talk about this at more than one meeting, and that was whether we're talking about the kinds of people who might want to come in and buy a home or might want to rent some office space or might want to do this or might be easily attracted to buy some Hummels or to buy a new Ford or whatever it might be, or a new Chevy. Certainly we need to know more than we know about them. We need to know who they are, we need to know where they are, and then we need to have a very good plan, and certainly the representatives from the merchants who are here this evening do a real good job of that, and many of you do. It's a highly developed strategy in your business plan, but we certainly need to do a whole lot more with that whole concept, which again would be certainly the responsibility of a paid staff person to help promote design and follow through. An heavily underutilized aspect apparently surfaced again, and it's included in this particular objective, is that last piece, and that's that we take a lot for granted living in the community. And one of the things we take apparently for granted a great deal and underutilized, I don't want to say it's underdeveloped, I guess it's fair enough to say, but in any event, certainly the relationship or the potential for all kinds of partnerships and sales opportunities, and you name it, between and among the municipality and the large industrial commercial complexes that are within the boundaries of this municipality is an important resource, and that spills over into quality of life contributions for all kinds of things. So that certainly is a heavy agenda item for our objective number 3. Okay, I'll rush through this because Pat's going to rush through the last 3 also, and then take questions at the end. Okay, first one back up there.
Gary didn't leave me any kudos.
Here. Turn them upside down. They'll never know that song.
All right. You have to bear with me. I've never done this before. If I have these backwards, you'll know why.
Some of my road pictures end up back as
We couldn't tell the difference.
Okay, objective number 4 was to create a more positive internal image and awareness of the community. I think we're underutilizing the things that the city and the chamber and everyone involved has already done. I don't think we've had ourselves on the back enough. We have to get a little more vocal. I think we all need to be our most positive ambassadors, even within the city. I had someone come into my shop last week and say, my gosh, there's nobody left here in Wayne. And I'm thinking, now wait a minute. Last year I had 6 empty stores on my block. This year I've got 1. So something's going right somewhere. And I think we need to pass that information on. We've got some beautification awards. I don't know how many people know that we give those awards out. Let's give ourselves a pat on the back. Okay. Objective 5, to create a greater awareness of existing stores and their merchandise and services. Within the Chamber of Commerce, we have an eye-opener coffee clutch at 8 o'clock in the morning once a month. But it does give us an opportunity to visit the various businesses. I didn't know some of the businesses here in Wayne, and I'm sure some of the rest of you are in the same boat. I didn't know Rowe Electric does residential as well as commercial lighting. So I think we have to introduce ourselves to each other and again introduce ourselves to the populace if we want to get this ball rolling again. Okay, enough of that one. Maybe we go fast when we don't know what we're doing. Okay, this should be objective number 6. Somebody got ambitious up there. To strategize and implement programs to more positively influence the perception. Why aren't you reading this, Gary?
It's horrible, that's why.
And the attitude of residential realtors towards the city of Wayne. Unfortunately, I missed that meeting, but from here, we need to involve some of the realtors in the area to give us an idea of how we may present the city in a more favorable manner. I think that if we have some open forums between realtors and businesses and the city, we would come up with a lot of useful information. I think we need to use the newsletter to a greater extent, pass the newsletter out to the realtors, give a calendar of events so that they can see that we're not dead and dying, we're up and coming. And if you have any questions, ask Gary.
Can I say something to this group? Sure. That I felt was really important. I don't know if Connie Chicky's still here.
No.
She had to run off, but what you just hit on about residential realtors and this community, and I'm so glad that you guys covered it in your task force, because ever since the council had a meeting with the residential realtors about how many months ago was that, Donna, Bob? When we were getting, 3-4 months ago, we were bouncing off of them the residential resale ordinance. And at that meeting, it was in this room, the subject came up about, and there was no time to touch on it. But several of the staff that was in the room, and I know some of the council people, it stuck in the back of several of our minds, is there was a couple of remarks made by Helen Tomlin, Connie Chicky, Dottie LeSueur, and others that they didn't go into in great detail, but we need to focus on it. Maybe when we were talking about the vision committee or whatever, one of the things we need to do is there are some perceptions out there, and Helen and Connie and Dottie weren't condescending or weren't negative in their remarks to the council or the staff, but they just said that there are some biases out there in this world about Wayne particularly south of Michigan Avenue, which we have just got to deal with as a community, not just the city, not just the chamber or whatever. We have just got to deal with some feelings that they get thrown back to them over and over and over again when Dottie or Connie or Helen or Chet McGorney trying to show a house on John Street or Richard Street or Haroon, the persons that aren't from Wayne just say, I don't want to look at it. They don't, it's not they ride up and say, nope, that's not it. They don't even want to go and see something south of Michigan Avenue. And there are some nice homes south of Michigan Avenue in Wayne, and there are some not so nice homes on both sides of Michigan Avenue. And your comment about we've got to address that issue, whether we do it through this plan, through our strategic plan, or the city council and the chamber or others do it in some other fashion, but we need, as an outgrowth of this thing, to sit down with Helen, Connie, and Dottie, and Chet, and all those realtors that work Wayne and know Wayne, that can be frank and honest with us, and not sugarcoat things and say, well, they really don't like John Zeck, that's why they want to south of Michigan, you know. But can really help us understand what is that? What is it out there that scares them? Is it the old Prince and the Pauper restaurant that they have to ride by to get to John Street? Should we just bulldoze that building, get it out of there? Or is it other things? It's probably 100 different things. But I didn't cover traffic and parking because that wasn't part of it. But I really appreciate it because I've talked to the mayor about it, talked to Councilman Dean, and I talked to because this is really, really important.
I think he's emotional about this issue, guys.
I got two. My time is up. Thank you.
Sit down. You made your point.
John, that was a very good point.
Jerry Bixler.
Business mix and economics. We had a lot of really good input at our meetings, like everybody else. And what I wanted to do before I got started was just take a second to introduce those members of our committee that are here. If you'd stand up so that everybody would know who you are. Start off with Goldie Warfield and Shirley Hauser, Whiv Young, Tom O'Keefe, and Bill Copeland. They all did a very good job, and I'm one of those poor guys that missed a meeting and got volunteered to do this job. I practiced over the last couple of days and couldn't figure out how to get the presentation down to less than an hour. I still encompassed everything that was covered at the meeting in any sort of meaningful fashion. So I know you all got your packages a couple days ahead of the meeting, and is there anybody here that didn't take the time to review it before they came? I'll see you after. So with that in mind, I think what I'll do is assume that everybody's already read the fine details, cover the major points, which we had basically 4 that we narrowed all of the information down to. And then if there are any questions, if you do have some questions after reviewing the material, I'll be glad to answer them with the help of the committee. But basically our overall goal was to create a homogeneous mix of commercial and residential development within the city of Wayne that meets the needs of the market. And basically what we were saying there is that we feel that the city of Wayne has a lot of unique aspects to it, and we need to identify what's going on not only within the city of Wayne, but around the city of Wayne, and then try to create a mix of commercial and residential development that will meet the needs of the market as we define it. The first objective was to identify groups of businesses which currently exist and those needed to support future growth. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. There's a number of ways of going about doing that. If you'd like to get into some detail on that, we can. Does anybody have any questions in the back? Yes? No? Okay, don't be afraid to ask a question. If you'd like, I can put the overhead up. But I was sitting in the back. It's hard to read the overhead anyway when it's up on the screen. You just want to flip to your book. That's covered in detail on page 51. Okay, good. So just like we planned it. Number 2 was to create a marketing and targeted attraction program. And basically, what we wanted to do there was to create a priority list, more of a rifle as opposed to a shotgun approach, of businesses that we wanted to attract that would be identified through identifying groups of businesses which we wanted to bring into the community. and then create a targeted attraction program specifically designed to get those companies or those businesses to come into the area. Kind of a nice progression here as we go along. And I'll follow one another. Number 3 was to work with the Downtown Development Authority, which I serve on the DDA in the city of Plymouth, and I'm on the planning commission there. And one of the biggest attributes you have is your DDA and the source of funding that you have to do just about anything you want here. You've got a tremendous source of financing available, and some $5 million that you captured through the expansion of the Ford plant on Michigan Avenue. Through bond issues, you can do just about anything you want. So you really have an open slate from a financial point of view. But to work with the Downtown Development Authority and municipal agencies to create a pedestrian-friendly environment in the downtown area. As a sidelight to this, the city of Plymouth just approved the plan, a $5 million streetscape plan for downtown Plymouth, which was the result of 3.5 years of study and programs and hiring consultants to come in and do it. But if you came up with a streetscape plan along the same lines, you probably have the same sort of cost figures if you wanted to use that as an estimate to see what kind of money you'd be talking about to do significant rerouting of traffic, two-way streets to one-way, planners, lighting, and the whole works. But one of the main points that we came across and wanted to bring that out tonight was that I think it's very important for you to review your local ordinances, zoning, setbacks, building heights, green belts, to make sure that whatever plans you come up with will be consistent with the zoning that you have, and in the future development you do will be consistent, so that you have, to beat a dead horse, the consistency in your downtown, so you don't have an eclectic mix of businesses and business uses and appearances in the downtown area. One of the other points was we thought it would be very, very crucial to identify an anchor, and we use that term very broadly, not so much meaning like bringing a Jacobson's downtown, but an anchor in the term of a theme, maybe a large commercial user, maybe an anchor could mean something like creating more residential housing downtown, but some sort of an anchor that you can build all of the rest of your development on and use as a core from which everything else can spring forward. And then the last point, which really ties into our overall goal, is to attract residential housing to the downtown and encourage more downtown living. This has some obvious benefits, but also would only be available if number 3 is very clearly developed. But by bringing more people downtown, I live downtown in the city of Plymouth, and so I can speak to the advantage we have in being able to support the merchants that are there because we live there and it's convenient for us to go down and shop. And if you tie back to those demographics that were brought out earlier, you have, according to the demographics, an older shopping group that doesn't live downtown, that is coming in for very short times with virtually no recreational spending going on at all. If you encourage more residential housing downtown, the consensus of our group was that you probably stimulate more spending, be able to support the businesses that are here more effectively, and probably encourage, again with the help of doing what's in number 3, encourage some developers to come into the downtown, take existing buildings and do some more creative type things with them, other than just looking at second stories for storage or office. Look at those as lofts and townhouses and some of these buildings that are currently 1-story next to a 2-story, adding on to them, creating some more density downtown. When you look at the map and the possibilities you have for adding new residential development, really the biggest opportunity because of zoning is downtown, if you do it within the city. And that can increase more tax base and all of those positive things of downtown development. But overall, I think the feeling of the group was that you've got a unique attraction here, and that you've got a central business district, which many communities are trying to create, from scratch. They don't have it. They're trying to make it look like it's been there for a long time. You've already got that, and I think if you work along with the businesses and the DDA, you've got plenty of funds to take that and make it into something very unique and accentuate it, but also the importance of adding to that not only the commercial but the residential. So those were the 2 overriding themes: the commercial development using DDA funds and a consistent approach to that development, and also bringing in a stronger residential presence downtown. If there aren't any other
What was your group's feeling about which businesses to target?
We didn't try to come up with answers for that. I mean, that would take.
Or, you know what I'm leading to, of course, is the $90 million question. Were you guys promoting a target list of retail businesses? Or were you talking about a list of restaurants, a list of offices? What were you talking about?
I think mainly we were talking about if the people who live downtown, what would they need to shop at, and maybe walk-in distance.
Okay.
What you would need, like a drugstore, a
Okay.
dollar store.
I got you.
The
Thank you.
necessities and walking distance.
The real beauty of this particular group was not only that they started out with 5 objectives and they moved into 10 objectives and they found that they could, in detail, deal with only 4, but they also saw it from a variety of different factors, and that is the anchor may be entertainment, the anchor may be recreation, the anchor may be residential, the anchor may be a particular kind of attraction and or many attractions, and that the anchor of the downtown wing is activity. So when they were looking at businesses, they weren't necessarily kicking into retail because we're talking about generation of people as well as meeting their needs and that to support that future growth. We didn't get into, or excuse me, the task force didn't get into specifics, so by the way, we need a shoe store at this time. However, the implementation of Objective 1 will address that.
Okay.
I think what we need to also multi-zoning project, like those vacant parking, instead of being used for commercial only, be used for commercial and residential.
Yeah, there are some things we talked about as far as specific types of zoning. I think Tom brought it out, was like a historic district for a designated downtown area where you can really get in and control not only the zoning but the architectural aspects and signage, as an example.
As an outsider, I only have one opposing thing that I keep hearing that word used over and over again is this should be a city project, and I keep hearing downtown. There's not really a downtown wing. It's a maj-maj of a town, and I think that we need to bring it as a city and get rid of that downtown image because that offends the south and the north and maybe even the east and the west a little bit.
I think
that's kind of
semantics. I think the
I understand that.
City of Wayne, downtown Wayne. Yeah, central.
I've seen that. I've heard that from before as a business person. I've seen that. So.
Sure, good point.
When you're talking residential housing in the downtown, did you visualize something in particular? Are you talking about using the existing stock that's there and just bringing people to it? Are you talking about building new? Are you talking about 2-story townhouses? Are you talking high-rises? What did your committee talk about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All the above.
What's your target market for that?
We were just really doing brainstorming, and I think that narrow focus is going to be the subject of doing some marketing studies and feasibility. But I think all of those are possibilities, based on the input we got from people in our committee and the type of land and buildings that are available. You do have a lot of different opportunities within the city. Any other questions?
The task force that I was on was the organization task force. Jean Darnell and I will share this particular presentation. Those that served on the organization task force were Sharon Arthur, Cindy Spur, Connie Chicky, Debbie Mann, Bill Garrett, Pam Wassell Holmes, Jean Darnell, Jack Demmer, and Elaine Otis. Our primary goal was to coordinate a revitalization plan for the commercial district in the city of Wayne. And I believe that with that goal, what we are looking at is to make sure that all of the hard work that has gone into this very extensive study does not, quote unquote, sit on the shelf. It is going to be a plan that is worked on and continually worked on until these goals are met. Our first objective was to seek the cooperation of community organizations and obtain their buy-in of the revitalization plan. In other words, we're looking for people who are active in the community, and those are generally the people that are in the different organizations, and seek their involvement in this particular commercial revitalization plan, look to them to involve their friends and their neighbors and explain the plan to them. Number 2 was to develop a system to monitor progress or lack of progress during the goal attainment process. We must be able to determine the rate of progress or the lack of it. We must choose one. What we decided to do was that we would choose one person to represent each task force to give the steering committee progress reports. So in other words, there would be someone from traffic and parking that would be reporting to the steering committee, one person from business mix, etc. These representatives would be charged to report to the steering committee at each meeting, and the steering committee meetings would be open to the public and or media representatives. Our third objective was to create community awareness of the process. Now, in that particular area, we got into image and promotion environment. As the objective on page 59 reads, to create community awareness of the process or toot our own horn. This includes both the community, surrounding communities, and name recognition in the state and surrounding states. I think that we have to realize that this editorial comment on my own, I think we have to realize that really we're a pretty neat little community. We have some faults, but I don't know any community that doesn't. And I think that very often we're far harder on ourselves than we really need to be or should be. Sometimes there's a bit of an inferiority complex there when we speak of Wayne in regards to other communities. And I don't think that that's really the way it should be. In this third objective, some of the strategies were to provide regular updates in the local newspapers, perhaps sharing Kopek's Right to Live in Wayne column, utilize Wayne Cable, highlighting a business of the month, promote pride in the city of Wayne, utilize the City of Wayne movie theater, particularly the Marquee. Also, we could promote coming attractions on the screen. We'd have our own commercials, so to speak. Develop a video or slide type presentation for presentation for the local clubs and church functions. Perhaps develop a piece for the Michigan Department of Tourism. Interestingly, number 6 on page 59 ties in with what John was saying about the real estate. Connie Chicky was the one who definitely mentioned this, that we should promote that we have affordable real estate, and we definitely do. Perhaps we should have a slogan or logo to identify with revitalization. Consider hiring a public relations promoter or using a new term for this. Now, in connection with this objective number 3, and I should have brought a piece of paper up with me, I guess. I believe you have a copy also, Kat. Bill Demmer is already involved in this create community awareness. And if you haven't received this letter from him, if you're in business, I'd like to read it to you. As a fellow business owner in the city of Wayne, I am writing to express the concern that I have with the image problem we face in the city. How do you get to the city of Wayne? This is one of the most common questions we hear at Jack Demmer Ford. I believe that we can no longer ignore this problem. It's time for each and every business owner to promote the fact that his business is in the city of Wayne. You can do this by using statements such as, we are minutes away from Metro Airport, just east of I-275, just west of Dearborn, etc. If we are to spark enthusiasm and put the city of Wayne on the map, we need the help of each and every business owner. We need to mention the city in all of our advertising. We are a city of specialties, from automobile manufacturing to hardware, jewelry, specialty products, transportation service, and numerous others. It's also important to get signage to direct people from outlying communities to our city. We need more signage on I-275, on Wayne Road north into Westland, and south into Romulus, and Dearborn, and Ypsilanti. These signs must be clearly readable. Many things need to be done to promote the city of Wayne. Let's all take part in the first step to help the businesses in our community. Please take the time to write to our state reps and express this important point. People have to know how to get to a community before they can appreciate its value. And then we asked if anyone has any more ideas, questions, comments, or concerns, to please contact him. This is a positive step in creating community awareness. both inside and outside of our community. Jean, will you please take the last name?
I'm going to cover the last three and then we're done. And I talk real fast. Eric can attest to that. All right, going to number four, to develop a time frame for accomplishing each of the task force objectives. Everything has to have timelines. Now, we did want to keep this an ongoing process, not when just the initial revitalization is accomplished, but to keep it almost perpetuated. So in that, we had a strategic plan of compiling the final reports from all of the task forces, reviewing the objective timelines, and then having the steering committee develop timelines along with the DNA and the city. Our targeted outcomes on this was to keep everyone on target and, as I said before, to make and keep revitalization as an ongoing process. Going to number 5, to develop an organizational change to move the project from inertia to momentum. And that involved the setting beginning and ending guideposts and identifying the person or persons responsible at each phase of the implementation. We were also concerned that that it include a monitoring, an evaluation, and a problem-solving process in the assigned responsibilities. And then to include in this process, in this setting up, all the parties involved in the chain, should be the task force members, city management, and the commercial community. We did recommend that the steering committee organize an administrative committee to oversee all of this. And our targeted outcomes to get the projects going, to define roles and responsibilities, to have that evaluation process, and to get the involvement, the buy-in, and get everybody involved and get them to buy into this, and to have definitely an administrative chain of command. And down to the last one. To obtain the input, acceptance, and cooperation of the city as a partner in this revitalization initiative. And we wanted to do a presentation of the City Council of the Steering Committee's Task Force recommendation. Part of that is going on tonight. A request to City Council to review the recommendations, schedule a meeting to discuss the recommendations, and all of these are spelled out along with others in your booklets. And what we hope to accomplish here was to get the city to be a partner, to keep the city informed, to get city cooperation and support, and to keep the public informed. Any questions?
Two things I'd like to say. The first is a question, and I don't necessarily want you to answer it, and that is, when we went over at the community center or when we met in the museum, did you ever think that you would get this far? And the second thing is, we are unbelievably proud of you people.
Pretty good.
I have friends from the Wayne State University and Michigan Commerce Department who will be making a presentation concerning the commercial revitalization study. Zach, would you want to introduce our guests and let them enroll?
Thank you, Councilman Bean. Tonight we have with us Mr. Ron Snelling from the Center for Urban Studies, Wayne State University. Mr. Snelling and Mr. Bob Terry from the Michigan Commerce Department. Bob Terry. They wish to make a presentation tonight to the City Council, members of the Steering Committee, and the members of the various task forces on 6 items. The 3 interviews that were conducted with realtors, developers, and landlords, as well as the 3 surveys that were conducted by Wayne State. The survey of the business people in the downtown area, the sidewalk intercept survey, where they stopped shoppers as they were moving around the downtown area and asked them questions like, should you come to work or should you come from home? Where are you headed? Where are you going? That sort of thing. And finally, they did a telephone survey, a random selection of Wayne residents who were contacted via the telephone and asked various questions about shopping in Wayne and the commercial area of Wayne. Dr. Larry Lederber, the director of the Center for Urban Studies at Wayne State, was here tonight. He was informed this morning that he had to go out of town to Bowling Green, Ohio, and some personal business, and so he apologizes for not being with us this evening, but he had intended to, but is unable to do so. He indicated that Mr. Snelling and Mr. Terry know the information better than he does anyway, so he's turning it to them.
Thank you, Mr. Zach. This is Zach, and I'm Ron Snelling. I'm with the Economic Development Program at the Center for Urban Studies at Wayne State University. If you look around, you should have a document that looks like this, commercial revitalization city of Wayne. If you don't have, there's plenty more available, and I can get one to you. Mr. Terry, the Department of Commerce, and together we've been working to look at some data, some information, market surveys, interviews, to get some insight into the problems around commercial revitalization in downtown Wayne. Tonight we want to walk you through that data. We're going to take a look at 3 surveys first. If you'll turn with me to page 1 of that document. So, during the spring of this year, we took a resident survey. We took a total sample survey of 370 people, and John indicated this was a telephone survey. Just to give you an idea of some of the demographics, 242 were female, 65.4%. Male, 128, 34.6%. Homeowners represented 88.2% of the survey. The age range is from 18 to 90. The largest range, 14.1% being 43 to 47. Gives you an idea of the population and demographics of that survey group. The income level range are given for you. The median is right in the range of $30,000 to $40,000, which is as to be expected for this area. Approximately $32,000 median income. The educational level, half were high school graduates approximately, 27.4% at some colleges, 10.7% were college graduates. Pretty much to be expected in a community like the city of Wayne. Nothing really unusual there. We then asked some questions about where do you shop for certain key items. And on page 2, some of those key items are reflected. One of the things that comes clearly through is that for certain items, most of the people surveyed do their shopping in Westland and Westland Mall. Notice men's clothing, very high percentage in Westland Mall. Same thing with children's clothing, very low percentage in downtown Wayne. 1.4% clothing in downtown Wayne. Similar to shoes, 0.6%, letters 1.5%, small appliance 5.4%. Westland and Westland Mall capturing the 80% of that market. There were some areas that were downtown Wayne fared better. And these are generally tied to where there are major retailers who are well established in the market, for instance, gifts. You have Bill Jewelry on Michigan Avenue, which has done well over the years and it still manages to capture a large amount of the market. Similar in hardware. There's Northside Hardware, showing that 42.8% of the respondents indicated they in fact do the shopping in downtown Wayne. Again, another strong retailer. Area groceries and prescription drugs also were strong areas where Wayne is still capturing a large percentage of its market area. Moving on to the next item. Other key findings of the resident survey was 66.5% of the residents did their banking in downtown Wayne, indicating a strong financial banking. Most of the banks are still established here in downtown Wayne. People still come downtown to take care of that service. In the area of eating out, 18.5% of the survey eat out in downtown Wayne, compared to 34.6% go to Westland. So Westland, again, is getting a large share of the market in downtown Wayne. Although downtown Wayne is capturing a significant portion, almost 20% of that resident market, which is not a bad capture rate. Question?
Ron, did the 18 and 34, the remainder indicated they went to Livonia, Canton, Romulus, etc.
Exactly, exactly. I have a printout giving the detail. This really just gives a key variable, where the majority of people are doing their feeding out. But later, when we do final report, I can give you a printout giving Livonia, Canton, Romulus, Inkster.
Okay.
We just wanted to highlight the key factors here.
It leaves you curious where roughly the other 48 or 45% of the people are going on the east side of Westland.
I can make that available to you later. We looked at some other factors. We asked them to respond to factors which may influence where they shop. The residents again said the quality of the merchandise was the most important factor, that they looked to find quality goods. They wanted good merchandise when they made their shopping decision. Second was prices in the stores. Quality merchandise at good prices makes sense. Third was friendliness of the salespeople. Fourth was quality of the eating place, variety of stores. Now we begin to get into some of the things that you see in malls, where there's a large variety of stores, there are different eating places. Appearances of the inside of the store was greatly lower varieties. Coming down to parking, appearance of outside in front of the stores, and shopping are greatly last. We'll come back to these factors later when we look at how the business people saw those same factors. Keep this page number 3 in mind, and we'll come back to that. Moving on to the merchants and business survey. Total sample of 81 businesses were surveyed. Of that, 43 persons who took the interview were the owners of the business itself. 28 were managers. 10 described themselves as others, generally interpreted when they were employees. They were either the managers or the owners. 39 owned their building in which they did their business 41 minutes. Approximately 50-50 split there. Business organizational type. Most of them were either single family or family-owned businesses or corporations. Some partnerships, chains, non-profit, and others. Note that in terms of when the business began operation in the city of Wayne, that most of them began business after 1950. Very few before 50, a large number 70 through 1985, and also 1985 through 1991. We asked about the number of full-time employees. 50% had less than 5 full-time employees in their establishment. So they're mainly small businesses, 0 to 2 employees, 2 to 5 employees. Tend to be larger range of businesses. Then we asked a question about asking them what they reported their gross sales. Approximately 34% were under $100,000 in gross sales, with the largest spectrum being more than 500,000, which is 30.2%. So a fairly large percentage of them will get over $500,000 a year in sales, which is a fairly significant level. We then asked them to give us their profile of their customer base. Question was, who are the majority of customers, male or females? Rather a random split there. 35.9% said they were male, 31.3% said they were female, 32.8% said they were equal. Nothing really significant coming out of that. Looking at the age range, you note that the majority of them are 25 to 49, which is the prime buying years. So they're beginning to capture customers who are in the prime buying years, 35 to 49, 25 to 34. Average number of customers that come to the store each day, some show between 1 and 10, 18.9%, 10 to 20, 23.0%, 20 to 30, 10.8%, more than 30, 40, 7.7%. So significantly they had a large traffic, over 30 per day coming into their business. They were asked to estimate the annual income of the majority of customers. And most of them felt that the annual income was in the $39,000 range, approximately what the resident survey reflected, approximately medium around $32,000, approximately the average for this part of the county of Wayne. Moving on to some other factors. We then asked them to respond to some factors which may influence where the customers shop. Interesting enough, their number one was friendliness of salespeople, where that came in number 3 on page 3 with the shoppers. The shoppers picked quality of merchandise number 1. That came in number 3, the merchants. Both were rated prices as the number 2. So the businesses thought that to be friendly, to have good salespeople was more of a selling tool than the quality of the merchandise, where the shoppers, the residents themselves saw it the other way. They saw the quality of merchandise as number 1 item, prices being second in both cases. And then the residents looking at friendliness of salespeople, and the residents looking at quality of merchandise in third place. Also, number 4 was rated variety of stores, service in the area. That came in number 5 on the resident survey. Outside appearance, which is listed number 5 here, came in number 6 in the resident survey. Quality eating places, which was listed number 6 here, came in 4th in the resident survey. All 6 of those factors were the 6 highest rated factors, with shopping hours coming in last in both cases. We asked them then to respond to some factors which may improve business climate in downtown Wayne. Variety of stores and services there is rated a very important factor. Feeling there is that is there more stores, more services, you create more of a critical mass, more reasons people come downtown, more of a mall-like environment, and that could in fact help the revitalization of downtown Wayne. Number 2 was the need to attract a major department store. So then again, if there was a major anchor store in downtown, there would be a reason for more people to come down to businesses themselves and get those spillover benefits of that major retail chain in downtown. Physical improvements of the building. Feeling that the outside facades themselves needed improvement, upgrading, to give people sort of visual identity, visual reason for stopping, for coming in. More restaurants and entertainments, activities, stuff was important. Better quality of merchandise came in as a fairly low rating given the other items, given how the residents felt about better quality merchandise. The merchants themselves didn't rate that as high of a factor to improve their business climate as the residents saw that as a key component. Interesting result. Finally, looked at more sales promotion themselves, going to do more things jointly, do more downtown type promotion. Moving on to the sidewalk survey. Again, just some general demographics. There were 162 people who were interviewed. The split between female and male is very similar to the telephone survey in terms of percentages. Nothing particular there. Residents of respondents. 36.4% came from Wayne, 19.8% from Westland, 11.1% from Romulus, 6.2% from Canton, 5.6% from Inkster, 1.9% from Belleville, 1.2% from Garden City, and 17.9% responded from the place. Breakdown of the race of respondents. Reasons for coming to downtown Wayne. To shop, browse, or major purchase. Most of the respondents, they came downtown to shop or look for a major purchase. And they were looking to spend, in excess of $10, $15. Others came to do a quick errand. They came to run in the bank. They came to pay a bill. They came to pick up a prescription. 11.4% came to work. in fact worked in downtown Wayne. 6.9% came to shopping for household minor purchases. They wanted a pair of stockings, they needed a greeting card. They were spending, in fact, less than $10. Bank, 6.2%, window shop, 4.1%, stroll, 3.4%. Meet friends and socialize, 2.1%. Eat at a restaurant or takeout. Only 1.4% actually came downtown to eat at the restaurant or pick up some food. Visit professional office and others. How did they get here? Most drove their cars. 82.7% drove their cars. 14.9% walked or cycled. 1.9% took public transit. Most reported they didn't have a problem parking. In fact, parking downtown Wayne was not a major concern. 99.7% reported they had no trouble parking. General findings. 49.4% usually come to downtown Wayne on weekdays. 16.0% usually come to downtown Wayne on Saturdays. 2.2% usually come to downtown Wayne on Sundays. 4.9% usually come to downtown Wayne never. 1.2% usually come to downtown every day. Fairly small number of people come here every day. Trails off on the weekend, the majority of people are coming during the weekday. Without asking the question, the indication is that on weekends they tend to go to the mall. The downtown Wayne isn't the desired destination for shopping. Would you prefer extended store hours? Most responded no. If they didn't feel the need for extended evening hours, they felt the hours were adequate. Would you prefer extended weekend store hours? Well, 50-50 split there. Some say yes, some say no. Nothing really conclusive coming out of that. How would you make downtown Wayne a more exciting, a more pleasant and exciting place? Greater variety of stores. Again, an indication that people like to have a variety of choices when they shop. They like a mall-like environment. Better quality of merchandise. Again, showing up that people are concerned about the quality of their merchandise. Discount stores, pricing concern. Improve outside appearances of stores. More entertainment and recreational activities, something to draw people downtown. And finally, major department store, some sort of anchor store to act as a major attraction for downtown. I'm going to pause at this point and take questions before I move into another section, which I take that back, I guess. Keep prepared.
Yes, I just have a quick question. On the sidewalk survey, where physically was that done in the city? What part of downtown? Was it all over?
Done all over. I know it's Metro Mall. There were. I have it put out here. It was
Okay,
done,
it
it was
was
done all
Michigan
over.
Avenue on Wayne Road, different.
Yeah.
It would be helpful too, if you, in your report, Lon, if you would let us know, if you know the dates and the times of day in which that was, sidewalk survey was done. It was a variety of times and days and locations, just for, so we can answer some questions down the road on the committee level.
That information, again, in answer to your question, 60% of the sidewalk intercept was at Metro. 40% downtown was kind of split, 50% of Leo's, 12% near Sherrills, 6% Kyle's, 4% designers, 3% kind of scattered throughout the rest of the downtown. The times, 25% of the intercept was between 2 and 5, 12 and 2, after 5, 12 and 4, 10 and 4, all of that data is here. So, and there was a variety of different times and locations because we wanted to get as much of a mix as possible to hit not only low times but also peak times in certain situations.
What day was that? You say that there were 2, 5, 12, and 2. Is that during the week or the weekend?
That data we also have, and that'll be in the report. Unfortunately, I don't have it written down here, but they did it on at least 4 different days and different times during the day.
Any other questions?
And that is very important because of the behavioral patterns of the answers that come out.
Look at some key comparisons between the businesses and the residents. Importance of parking. The residents rate is very important, 49.3%. Businesses similarly 42.3%. Somewhat important, you see some differences there. Residents again given a fairly high rating. Not important at all, residents give that, say that parking is in fact important. But the business is 44.9% said no parking wasn't important. If you follow. So again, the residents feel that although parking, earlier surveys indicated parking is not a problem, it still is important. It needs to be near business, it needs to be accessed. Quality of merchandise. Similar, well, the rating of downtown, the rating of the downtown Wayne shopping district on these key factors. First one being quality of merchandise. The residents saying that there was in fact excellent, a higher rating of business in terms of excellent merchandise in downtown Wayne. Most of them feeling it was satisfactory. Similar ratings in terms of poor merchandise in downtown Wayne. Prices in stores, fairly similar there. More residents thinking prices were poor than businesses thinking their prices were poor, which is the businessman perception. Friendliness of salespeople, fairly similar ratings there for both groups. The rating of shopping hours, more residents felt the hours were excellent than the business perceived them as being excellent. Residents did not have as big of a problem with the current hours as the business thought that they might need to do something to change that. Moving on to the next page, number 10. I believe you're right. Rating of factors which influence where consumers shop. Attractiveness of shopping district. The businesses gave that a higher rating in terms of being very important than the residents. The residents see that as quite an important factor as the businesses saw it. Appearances inside stores. Fairly similar ratings there. Both feeling that the inside the store is very important in terms of how the inside the store looks. Appearance of outside of stores. The businesses tend to felt that was more of an important variable in terms of where consumers shop than the consumers themselves felt it was. The consumers were more concerned about the inside of the store, the variety of stores, the quality of merchandise, the pricing, things of that nature. The outside furniture didn't concern them as much as it did the business people themselves. Finally, respondents were asked to rate downtown Wayne on the same factors. Attractiveness of shopping district. Fairly similar ratings there. Both felt that it was satisfactory by and large. A large number seeing downtown as poor, not being very attractive as a shopping district. Appearances inside stores. Residents gave that a higher rating than did the business. Residents felt that the businesses were doing a better job than in fact proceeded themselves to be doing. Most of it fell into the satisfactory category. Appearances outside stores. Here again, the residents gave the businesses a higher rating than they in fact gave themselves. The business feeling that the outside of the store weren't to their satisfaction. And very few of them rating them as excellent. Most of them rating them as satisfactory. That concludes the 3 surveys. If there are any further questions, I'll take them right now. And I'm going to move into, yes, sir.
Was any members of the steering committee consulted when these questions were proposed for the survey? Did we, as citizens of this community, have any input into this survey as far as the questions were concerned?
Thing downtown as poor, not being very attractive as a shopping district. Appearances inside stores. Residents gave that a higher rating than the businesses. Residents felt that the businesses were doing a better job than in fact proceeded themselves to be doing. Most I would fell into the satisfactory category. Appearances of outside stores. Here again, the residents gave the businesses a higher rating than they in fact gave themselves. The businesses feeling that outside the store weren't to their satisfaction, and very few of them rating them as excellent. Most of them rating them as satisfactory. That concludes the 3 surveys. If there are any further questions, I'll take them right now. And I'm going to move into, yes, sir.
Was any members of the steering committee consulted when these questions were proposed for the survey? Did we, as citizens of this community, have any input into this survey as far as the questions were concerned?
Not.
You're actually talking about the design of the surveys?
That's correct. Type of questions asked.
We went through the preliminary survey with some steering committee only from the general standpoint of what the questions would be and how they would be asked and such. But no, the steering committee did not go through the final documents of any of those 3 and decide them.
Okay. When was this survey taken? May, June, July?
The telephone survey was conducted in April. The Emergencies of Business survey was conducted in May. Sidewalk survey in May.
And it took from that point of time until now to get this information back to us?
That is in fact.
Where is the bottleneck?
Beg your pardon?
Where is the bottleneck? We should have had this information back to the steering committee long before this period of time elapsed.
Well, that was not my understanding. I reviewed the contract document that was prepared in conjunction with the city attorney, which had the timetable. And we're on time in terms of that timetable. One of the problems compiling the data I have here, all the printouts, data results, which I spent the last 2 months going through. I was told that this presentation was scheduled for approximately a month ago, so I believe we're on time.
Some of the delay in putting the information together, first of all, the surveys were staggered by about a month. The actual telephone surveys and the merchants and one-on-one surveys were separated by about a month. The compilation of all the data and the reviewing of the data takes a great deal of time. And we now have at least a printed document. I know that I've had the opportunity to go through the surveys, and unfortunately it took me about, I'd say roughly 2.5 weeks to do comparisons of the answers from the merchants and the sidewalk ministers. So it's taken some time to do that. Gather the data didn't take very long. To compile the data took a great deal more time, and there is still going to be some interpretation of the data in greater detail, as well as demographic data that has to be collected for Wayne and the surrounding area that hasn't been done.
We're looking at getting some 1990 census data, which is this time coming off the state. We also want to go back to some historical data, look at some past trends in the city of Wayne, and outline the suburbs and county.
I don't know whether you two gentlemen are aware of the situation here or not, but we're losing people. This thing is dragged out to the point where a lot of our people are getting discouraged. We should have had this thing wrapped up by now. And the longer this thing drags out, the more people we're going to lose. And I'm sorry, but that's the way the cards fall. And,
I think to get to the drift, and we obviously, you can't get here any sooner. It's here now, and we'll have to gather the information you brought.
I just don't want it to continue, that's all.
Bob, I believe that the information that the gentleman presented tonight was presented to the revitalization committee on July 17th.
Not the surveys.
And they discussed the results.
They may have
of the survey.
received some preliminary results of the survey back in July. The first printout came actually approximately July 17th, you're correct.
It was a preliminary presentation.
I think what you're saying is, being on the committee as well, you could have really used this information quite a long time ago. I mean, whether it's someone's fault or not, or whether it could have changed. But, and what you mean by losing people, meaning people on the committees.
Right.
Because it become disinterested, because it seems to just go on and on and on. And I know what meetings are like, they just seem to go on and without some really grasp of saying that we've accomplished something. I felt that myself. And then this information almost seems like we should have started with it. I mean, it's all hindsight now, but maybe, but we can't start the whole committee all over again. But it would have been a very valuable tool in some of the decisions we would have made. And we'd have saved a lot of time just hashing this out between us, trying to come up with the same solution. The public, so I have to go along with what you're saying. But I mean, I know you can't change it now, but I guess in hindsight, we learned something by it. If we were going to do it all over again, I guess I think that I'd start off with a survey and then provide it for all the committees.
One aspect of that, and I had the good fortune to speak to you people even before we did this about downtown revitalization and the involvement in various aspects of community and committee involvement in downtown revitalization. A market study is very important. A market study is, and the analysis of that study, a survey, is very important from the economic standpoint. And it has a certain amount of input as far as appearance, but design guidelines and incentive programs and hours of operation certainly comes into the survey. And yet organization and knowing which committees and which, whether the Chamber of Commerce or whether the Planning Commission, whether the Zoning Board of Appeals, whether the council, whether the property owner or the merchant is involved, that's a separate issue from the market analysis. What we really wanted to do within this commercial revitalization initiative program is to make sure that we had all the pieces together. And you, as a member of the steering committee, as well as the other members, went through some agonizing evenings and daytimes to see that, by the way, there are a lot of parts involved. Building the doghouse, doing the project is a whole lot more fun than planning for it and understanding how much wood we need and understanding why we want to do it that way and understanding how big we should design it for and understanding whether in fact we even want the doghouse at all. But unfortunately we went through that process and that has taken a great deal of time. And just like the task force meeting we had here today, to get down to getting teams to establish those objectives and tasks involved under their goals. I know that we've taken a long time. And we've put together what we hoped was a fairly good format to get into the implementation. And we're trying to speed it up. I, for one, am a large pain in most communities that want to fix it right now. Because they say, by the way, we have to make sure we do all the steps, and we have to make sure that all the people that are involved in the understand what they want to do. And so I take a certain amount of blame for the time that's been involved. As far as the analysis of the information, I don't take any blame for that because it takes time no matter what. unless you have an entire team that's going to do it, and unfortunately, we don't have an entire team of people that's going to do it. But as far as the entire process, I take a lot of blame for that because I feel that it's important that we understand all the pieces of the process and we do it right, step by step. And we are trying to accelerate it to speed it up such that we can get some product to come out here. But my one message is downtown revitalization didn't get here quickly, and it's not going to be a quick fix. It's going to take time to make sure we do it right. Again, I do apologize for the delay in the program.
Not even right now.
Thank you, Bob. I'm sorry, one more question.
I had a question off topic. How were the individuals chosen for the telephone surveys?
Random sample, and you drove some computer chips into a computer, and they put out random samples going to the telephone residents of the city of Whiting.
I was curious as to how many of these there that really get the call. Because I know I was. Maybe it was okay.
Well, it was random. We chose only those people that would have positive answers to the question.
Were you surprised by the breakdown on both the sidewalk intercept and the telephone survey that about 2/3 of the respondents were women? Is that typical for when you make telephone surveys and the sidewalk intercept?
It's typical. One of them has a phone board and stop.
Okay. In terms of the, I wasn't asking the question, but when you were in town on those days at Cobb's, at the mall, at Designer Warehouse, at Leo's, you were here during the week. Were you here on the weekend at all? You were, and you were here in some evenings. Okay, I was just trying to get a feel for the working couple, two-income family, and that kind of thing. Most of your phoning was during the day, or most of your phoning was the dinner hour in the evening?
It was actually scattered over.
Scattered as well? Okay, all right.
We tried to make sure that we took enough bites of the survey such that there was that variety. And again, the people that came in basically shopped during the day of the sidewalk intercept. They normally shopped in the afternoon, and they had no problem with parking. The majority of the residents, when in the sidewalks, or excuse me, the telephone survey, they normally shopped at a different time frame. Of course, they shopped in a different area. Those people that we intercepted, they shopped in Wayne because that's where we intercepted them, and they, had a different aspect of it. That's why also the interpolation, not the interpretation of what they said, but what that actually meant in the market survey, it takes a great deal of time because you have all those different factors about how old were they, what was their income level, what time were they here, and their reaction to certain aspects of it. That's why it takes a long time in that interpretation.
Were you sort of surprised that the residents that you surveyed indicated that the look of the store, both inside and outside, wasn't as important to them as the quality of the merchandise and the price of the merchandise? Were you surprised by the look of things, and then to have them respond down here that they felt that the exterior appearance of the stores in the district were poor?
To some degree, you're right, it's inconsistent. I think that people make their shopping decisions by and large based on price and quality. I didn't find that surprising at all. But at the same time, while they said the appearances was not important, they did rate them as poor. So there is some inconsistency there. It says that they would prefer to get good merchandise at a good price in a place that looks good.
Okay. And did they give any further comment to you about what they felt was poor about the look? Was it the signage? Was it the condition of the streets, the sidewalk, the infrastructure the city has input?
We have a whole series of data that's called verbatim. We're just going through. And for every 260 people, there were 360 different acts. Okay. Some of them said sidewalk, some of them said need for handicap access.
All right.
We'll
get that from you, and we can work with that in terms of the appearance and design task force.
Absolutely.
And the image and promotion task force.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Fortunately, the market data not only brings out the economic issue, but it also brings out the physical issue of the downtown, which is important.
I had one last question. The Bone survey was obviously 100% Wayne residents.
Correct.
Your survey out on the street was over 60% non-residents.
Correct.
Was there any significant differences in opinion between those two groups, the residents versus the predominantly non-resident streeters, that you saw something that jumped out at you, but there was something totally opposite?
The main difference was that the residents tend to shop at the West Line and Westland Mall. You know, they were, by and large, not downtown shopping for most items.
36%
Other than for hardware, jewelry items, banking, and grocery. They tend to shop in the mall. That was the major difference.
And other pieces, actually, there were differences in all subjects, like the parking. The people on the sidewalk intercept didn't feel there was any problem at all as far as parking. And yet the residents felt that there always has to be improved parking for them to shop in here. And that may be not necessarily a physical evaluation of the community, but their feeling too. So there were differences in all three surveys.
I'm not sure, I think what Councilman Beatty was asking is when you did a survey on the sidewalk and a person identified themselves as a Wayne resident or a non-Wayne resident, did you get some feedback from the Wayne resident that was significantly different than the Westland or Romulus resident that you stopped on the sidewalk? Or were their answers pretty consistent with non-resident answers? In other words, was there a kind of hometown bias or a home field bias that the Wayne person thought that the downtown looked pretty good and the Westland or Romulus or non-resident didn't think it looked very good? Or was it pretty much consistent?
I would have to go back to the data specifically for that variable.
Okay.
I'm not going to answer that question right now. I'm not prepared to answer.
Okay, all right.
All right, no, good question.
Being a 20,000 person community surrounded by Canton and Westland and Romulus and Inkster, but all exceed our population, we're having to draw those people to Wayne to shop in our shopping district for whatever it is, whether it's jewelry or restaurants or services. And I just was curious if the Wayne resident sort of looked past certain shortcomings that Wayne has, but a non-resident was more critical, or maybe less critical.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And just to try and get a feel of that.
It's a good question. In fact, if there are other items like that come out that we haven't addressed, it to me, give me a serious question and try to address it in the following report. That's an excellent question.
I have one more question. Is there any way in the survey to come up with the people that shop, the reason they go to Westland Shopping Mall, is it because of price versus the availability of the item? If there was an item available here in town, do they not shop here because of price or because of the availability of the item?
I think it's a combination of things. It's a combination, number one, of a variety of different stores. People like to do comparison shopping in an area where they can walk to a fairly short comparison between 5 or 6 shoe stores as opposed to one. So that's one factor. The other factor is quality, merchandise, and price. Feeling that those three factors sort of combine themselves in a mall satisfies the shopping need. Fourth one being indicate quality of eating places and ease of parking. Unfortunately, the feeling is that we've entered into a mall sort of generation. As Bob indicated, downtown Wayne, this didn't happen overnight. It took some period of time. Shopping patterns, people have changed. And that's part of the problem that you have to look at. Talk about downtown commercial revitalization. How to address those different shopping needs of the consumer. So I think it's more price. One indication was, yes, the fact that there was a major discount store in downtown Wayne, people may look at that. But that in and of itself may not be the answer, because you find that the survey will tell you, yes, we will do this, and then you put the major discount store there, and they're still going to the mall.
Because we had like Big Lot, and it's still.
Shoppers World.
Shopping World,
Yeah.
and it still
Yeah.
survived. So I guess what I'm trying to say is to find out through this, even if we all of a sudden just planted tomorrow, all these stores that we wanted, right? We could have an ideal situation and plant the clothing store, the shoe store, and all the other things that people would like. Would it still not survive because they're going to go to the mall?
Well, there's the aspect also about the consumer who wants something downtown, and you know, you're talking about that population. X number of consumers with spendable income within a certain distance, it may not be equitable for that business to be here, unless there are a lot of other businesses that came in at the same time and brought in, 100,000 people over a certain time period. Even though we want it, somebody always says, well, you know what we really need downtown is a shoe store. The worst thing for a shoe store is to be the only shoe store. The best thing for a shoe store is to have another shoe store in town. So the consumer's evaluation of what they need and the actual economic viability of a business may not be one and the same. They may not be able to survive just by being there because somebody wants it. You know what I mean? It seems to be the actual number of population that you're dealing with. So if we answered all of their concerns here, it might not necessarily be right for some businesses. It might be right for others, but it may not be right for some because they might not have enough population context to deal with because of the competition that's around on the outside. One question that came out to the businesses is, do you have very much competition from within the city? No. No, we have no competition from within the city. All the competition is in the outside, which means we don't have any variety of the same goods within, relatively speaking, same goods within the community. So those businesses that stand on their own and are the only ones that can sell goods have to deal with it from a regional standpoint, not from a community standpoint. And they stand on their own because of their reputation or line of goods. It's not a generalization that we could say if we answered all the consumers' wishes that those businesses would be able to be in the way. Did I answer that? I got into a whole big picture.
Three more things to cover. Just briefly, I'll cover just preliminary findings of three focus groups that were held in July. One with commercial and / industrial retailers, one with real estate developers, and one with downtown landlords. The purpose of the meeting was to gain perspectives on downtown commercial district in Wayne, strengths, weaknesses, and future potential. And this is simply a preliminary finding. We will be providing additional material on those focus groups. Strengths. They saw the unique architectural features that downtown had. Wayne Road could become a historic district that has old buildings, and with a grand design, a plan could encourage owners to make improvements, make matching grants from cities to fix up downtown. Feeling was that the city could be helpful in the process by making some sort of grants, creating a historic district, creating some sort of theme in downtown Wayne. Another strength was easy access to major roads near the airport. Another strength was as major infrastructure in place. You have streets, you have sewer, you have power, you have fire police, etc. Those things already exist here, and they don't exist in some other places. Looking at weaknesses. Lack of population growth, lack of population density in residential areas of downtown. In general, there's a lack of population growth throughout Wayne County, lack of new job growth. Feeling was that was one of the major weaknesses for downtown. Lack of concentration of stores to create a mall-like effect. Again, concentrated stores, variety stores, creating a mall-like effect. Need for a master plan for development. Direct quote, urban renewal really hurt downtown. Kept coming up in different groups that urban renewal project was this year, 30 years ago, really hurt downtown. Downtown now needs some sort of major master plan for development. They felt that the Downtown Development Authority was helpful for the beginning, but needed to go a step past that. Need for a large value retailer, an anchor store, i.e. Kmart, Walmart. We talked about that already. Traffic pattern is a major problem. Need for slower traffic and adequate provisions for pedestrians. thought, close down one side of Michigan Avenue, consider a bypass on Michigan Avenue. Businesses will benefit from slower traffic patterns. Parking is a real problem for some parts of downtown. Parking structure is helpful, but not close enough. Parking needs to be user-friendly, has to have a visual linkage to shopping. Less than business-oriented city, government, and administration. Lack of partnership between government and business. Lack of financing partnership, parking partnership. City not aggressive, does not reach out to business. A real feeling coming out of the meetings that the city needs to be more business-oriented. It needs to look at business and say, well, what can we do to help you? What can we do to keep you stay here? Create some financing vehicles to help the business do improvement. Some sort of master plan, master parking is what we needed. Finally, taxes too high for reinvestment. Non-competitive on a taxing and assessment basis. The feeling was that Wayne, in fact, has higher taxes than Oakland County. One developer talked about how he tried to curtail development here and how the taxes is pricing out of the marketplace. So felt that simply the taxes didn't warrant the investment in their fixing up their buildings because the assessment would simply go up and they couldn't recoup it in their rent. It says, don't use Wayne County for assessment. The city needs its own assessment. I'm feeling that Wayne County was not doing a fair assessment on city property. The city would be better off having its own assessor who could look at the individual business and make a decision based upon what is better for the city of Wayne as opposed to what's better for Wayne County as a whole. Finally, strategies for improvement and future growth. City administration, council, and mayor need to meet with various areas, with various business groups to gain insights, new ideas. Need for business/government partnerships. What the feeling was that the city was, in fact, one time 4 distinct areas of town. You probably know more about that than I do. It came out that the city needs somehow to coalesce those areas and bring them together, to find out what the needs for each area is, what insights they can give you, and to create a better partnership between businesses and government itself. City needs a master plan for business retention and development. Take care of current businesses first. Direct quote. So if you look at the businesses that are here, see what you can do to help them survive to stay here. City needs to develop a plan to capture benefits of the expansion of Metropolitan Airport and I-275 corridor. Feeling that somehow the city needs to address the expansion of Metropolitan Airport, what's going on in the I-275 corridor, see how in fact you can capture part of that market. City must become an entrepreneur, direct quote, entrepreneur. Must adopt an aggressive pro-business attitude, an attitude of cooperation, a what can we do for you attitude. Look at such items as tax abatement, land banking, lease financing, capital improvements, and other financing and technical assistance. Again, the feeling that the city needs to reach out to this is to realize that this is not the 1950s where it's simply sitting back, collecting taxes, providing fire and police. In a situation now where you got to aggressively look to the business and say, what can we do to help you? There's some way that we can make what you're doing better so you can contribute to our city. Need for better communication with businesses, the community, and all the people. Goal to increase citizen participation. The feeling was that if there was better communication, if the citizens themselves and business knew more what the city was attempting to do, there could be more cooperation, more of a meeting of the mind and coming together, creating some sort of partnership with a master plan. And finally, and I put it in bold letters, forget the past. Need for a new beginning. Forget what happened in the past. Mistakes were made. It's probably a renewal. They felt it's time for a new day here in the city of Wayne. See what we can do to move forward. Some sort of partnership between government and business. Very strong feeling coming out of that meeting about let's forget what happened in the past. Let's move forward. Let's start a new beginning here today. Thank you for your time. It's my pleasure. If there are any further questions, myself and Mr. Terry will take them now.
Council, anybody in the audience? Seeing none?
There will be, in 1 minute, there will be further analysis of the data that was taken up, as well as a lot of the demographics that Ron is going to be working on in the 1990 census. The most important thing that we're going to try to get out of this is to make sure that we get as much input as possible from the residents, the merchants, on how we can improve the downtown and the city of Wayne physically, and also how we can best get an economic relationship between the consumer and the businesses here for a better understanding of what businesses should come in. This is not the end result. This isn't, okay, here it is, do whatever you want with it. We're still trying to fine-tune a lot of that data as well as additional information and to improve the economic position of the businesses as well as to serve the residents. If for some reason somebody else is serving them better than in downtown right now, we want to improve that.
Do you have an idea when we'll be seeing you again?
Do you know something I don't
No.
know?
Coming back with another report or a final report or? This is preliminary, so I assume you'll be coming back.
I don't know what the time schedule is on when Ron is going to be able to get all the census data. I know that you're going to be seeing me here tomorrow night because I'm working with 2 more task force groups, but I was asking that because I know Bob wants to know. Right? I don't know how soon.
I would assume I'd have to get back and talk to the project manager on this project. I would assume in the next 30 days. Right now, I'm waiting for some 1990 census data which is just coming off the tape. I want to be able to input this into it. Secondly, one reason why I make this presentation tonight was to begin to get some questions, some ideas that you yourself may want to look at. So there's in fact realms of data, and to look at every nuance will take another year. But there's some key questions, which John raised, very key in terms of looking at the resident versus the non-resident approach. So there are other ideas like that that come up. Give it to John, give it to me as soon as possible, and we'll try to take another look at it, and hopefully within the next 30 days, come back with a final, semi-final report.
Ron is also doing the economic evaluation of the surveys as well as the demographic information, and I'm doing the downtown revitalization interpretation, and we're doing that at the same time. So we're going to get a mixed bag as far as not only what do we need to do as far as the expendable income and the businesses we have here, but also how we can improve all the pieces of the task force for the downtown right now.
Initially, it was my understanding there would be a recommendation about downtown, one about the mall, and one about strip businesses.
That's correct. That's correct. And both from the standpoint of the traffic and transportation subcommittee, the design and appearance, as well as the economic aspect of it. So we're going to get it all. Hopefully we'll be able to do it.
Good. And can you come back for the next council meeting so that the people here can review the data that you presented and then come up with some questions?
What is the next council?
Third. I think they suggested, although if they wish to come back, they can come back. I think they suggested that we get some questions to them, either through the steering committee or through the development department, or however.
I think that might be another.
I'd like them to come back.
I'd like to come back and pull some questions together, and then we can just jog over and talk about the questions. And I think sitting over this information here, it makes for some interesting reading, and then you got to start mulling it over and see what it means. And I think if we sat down in 2 weeks, some people from the audience here from the council may have some questions that you were looking for tonight. It was very interesting presentation, but I think we have to sit back and really analyze it.
Well, I think there's a necessity for 2 things. If in fact you can figure out certain areas that are questionable and we can bring data, either Ron would come or I would come or both of us, and we can bring data, because there is a possibility that somebody will ask a very unique question where we have to go back and get the stuff anyways. But I have no problems with that.
Maybe you have some questions in advance that you could.
To agree that you're going to have some in advance, we appreciate it, but not come back and do all that.
Any other questions? Okay, let's adjourn the special meeting. We'll take up at 10 after.
to that presentation. So I want to briefly talk about where we are in the process, our assessment of how the process is going, to talk about the schedule, when we anticipate completing and having a report to the council and to the task forces and to the steering group and then to the council. And to talk briefly about some of the follow-up on the presentation that was made 2 weeks ago. We are deep in the process now of the task forces. We go back and review. You recall we started with a steering committee, in which we worked with that steering committee for several months. That committee was put together, representatives from your community. Their charge was to work through to a strategic plan for commercial revitalization for the city of Wayne, commercial plan around which, a redevelopment plan around which some degree of consensus had developed. Worked with the steering committee for several months. From that came the set of materials I think you have seen in the interim report, Mary, that was presented to one time, which contained the statement of problems, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, a vision for the future. It also identified 6 major problem areas, and task forces were created around each of those problem areas. For the past, how many months, Mary?
9.
Task force has been going on 9.
4 maybe?
For the past 3 or 4 months, the task forces have been meeting. Each task force has been asked to take the problem that was identified, to come up with a major overarching goal, to identify objectives or steps for achieving that goal, and to do a strategic plan for each objective, and to do an implementation or operational plan for each of those strategic plans. As I indicated, we are in the process of those task forces. I'll talk a minute about the schedule when we think we will be completed. But let me give you our overall assessment as a project team about how the project is going. In general, we think it is going fairly well and is developing as we would think it should. We are optimistic that we will get a good project, a good product from it. Again, that strategy for commercial revitalization, which again, there is some degree of consensus in the community. Things slowed a bit during the summer. We're also in a phase of the project in which things slow down a little bit. Anyway, you go into these projects on a wave of enthusiasm and excitement. After a while, people begin to realize this is real work too, and you get a little bit discouraged. I think it will pick up in September, and again, this is a normal cycle in projects of this nature. Understand that there are some in the community who felt like the process we put in place was a bit, and I think the term was used, academic. I tell you, I don't think so. It's a process that's been used in a lot of areas effectively, and it works. It is working here. You have some degree of disagreement in your community about what should be done for commercial revitalization. Hopefully, we're beginning to work through those and reach towards that consensus. We talked this afternoon as a project team, meeting with representatives of city government, and again, the projects team general view is that the project is going well. We have a few things we want to fine-tune. We're in the process of doing that. We're trying to find ways to move the task force process through more quickly. In one of the documents that's been given to you, we lay out what we think is a realistic schedule for completing this project If you will see, looking at the third item, we anticipate having the first draft of the strategic plan in the hands of the steering committee in early October. So we're talking about a month away. The steering committee then will begin to look at the plan as a whole. Again, we've had 6 task forces working independently, so there's going to have to be some fine-tuning done to bring the pieces of this together. When we sit back and look at it as a whole, there's going to be timing problems, there's going to be funding problems, and we need to work back through so we have a consistent, integrated, and coordinated plan. So October, we will spend doing the revisions as necessary. In November, early December, we should have a final report to be accepted by the Strategic Planning Committee and presented to the City Council. The last item there, and one we feel strongly about, is putting in a monitoring and evaluation system as part of the strategic plan, and that will be part of the plan that is presented to the council. So again, we are hopeful that there will be a plan in the hands of the steering committee and subsequently the city council in early November. Let me say just a word about the data that was presented to you last week. Then we want to respond to questions you have on the surveys. Let me talk a minute about the focus groups to understand that the presentation of the focus group information caused some concern. But I want to step back and put that into a context which is perhaps more helpful. You're aware that there were 3 focus groups held. First was with commercial and industrial realtors. The second one was with real estate developers, and the third, Mary, was downtown landlords. They were asked to address a set of questions, and you saw some of the responses to those questions last week. Let me talk just a minute, though, about what those responses mean. First, we were talking to a group of people who had been promised confidentiality. Therefore, there were not representatives of the city there, and their comments, which you saw, had been aggregated. You're getting the perceptions of people, some of whom live in your community, many of whom do not. And they should be viewed as perceptions. Where comments were made which appear to be critical of the city or city government, they need to be interpreted as perceptions. Some of them may be real, many of them are probably not real, and we will do some assessment of that. What it tells us is that there is a problem of perceptions that somehow has to be dealt with in the strategies that are brought forth. I think there was a general consensus in those focus groups that the city has made progress, made some impressive steps, and there were steps yet to be taken. So I would not interpret any of those comments, one as being particularly harsh, or 2 as being anything more than general perceptions that from people, only some of whom live and work here, many of whom look at it simply as a market area. We have also given you 3 other tables which attempt to give some of the information we understood you were asking for on the surveys, the number of people surveyed, the number of respondents, sidewalk surveys when they were taken, what information was gathered. We would be glad to discuss any of this with you. There are, again, 4 of us here. Bob is hiding there in the back now. You want to come up and join us for this, Bob? So I think it would be probably, our time would be best used if we responded to questions from you to help you interpret this. We will get to you a document What you have now is data. What we need to do now is turn this into a market analysis. We will be adding other data, demographic data, retail census data. Use that to try to tell you a story. Use the data, but tell you what the data means, what the implications of that are. So you will be getting a document that is not just dry statistics, but our interpretation of what it tells us and what its implications are.
I think your last few words there answered my question, because all I saw were lots of numbers, and I'm not the kind of people that you are there to understand what all this means. And I think I personally then, I had all kinds of questions looking at these numbers, but if you're going to tell us what these numbers mean in graphs and some other way, or pie charts or whatever else they do in these programs, certainly I can't make sense out of these right now.
Okay. And we will tell the story for you that it tells, so hopefully it will be easily interpreted. There are some things in there that do leap out at you. I mean, obviously the leakage of local income to the mall, which is, I think, kind of a glaring finding, which isn't very surprising. The other, which really strikes me, and I want to do some more detailed analysis on, is the number of people in the sidewalk survey who were not from the city of Wayne. Well, that's what we want to find out. There,
64%
yeah, a large percentage of the people on the sidewalks were not from the city of Wayne. They were from other communities. So the question of what they are doing here, and is there a way to build on that in a commercial revitalization strategy, is very important.
Yes, Bill. I'd like to clarify the 6 task forces that will be starting up in September and what items they'll cover. I have here the CRI focus groups, and I have 6 items that are listed down there as strategies for improvement. Are these items that the task forces are going to cover, or are there different issues the task forces will look at?
Okay. It's important to keep the focus groups and the task forces separate. They are different entities. The task force, the focus groups were asked to look at a specific set of questions. The task forces are organized around particular issues which grew out of and were consensus of primary issues from the steering committee.
What are those issues?
Okay, Mary, can you?
Traffic and parking, appearance and design, operations and management assistance, image and promotion, business mix and economics, and finally organization. Those can be found in pages 22 through 24 of this milestone summary report. Which I understand.
They don't have that report in front of them.
Okay.
So
Did we get a copy of that today?
I'm not sure we have those in, I would say.
I have additional, this is an additional copy.
We'll get some copies of that.
If you have not
Did the
looked...
study take into any consideration previous studies that were done? Did it play off of any previous studies?
In the city of Wayne? No, that has not been done yet. This is simply reflecting the results of our surveys to this stage.
It would be interesting, there was a study done by the University of Michigan in 1955. That's an interesting comparison. It would be interesting for you to look at.
All right. We will go back and try to collect any studies that have been done that are relevant.
A couple of specific questions that come out of reading the survey information, which is very interesting. In the restaurants, it was the customers stated that they were very interested in having good restaurants in the area, and that promoted coming to the area for shopping. Is there any specific items that we should go to the restaurants working in town with to improve their attracting people into the restaurants? Because probably there's no restaurant in town that wouldn't want more customers, and it just seems that if we have more of a promotional tie-in with the restaurants to the retail, it would help the retail area and help the restaurants. Do you have any specific ideas in that area?
Bob,
From the data, not only from the survey information that came up, but also from trends in business mix in other communities, we find that there are a variety of different ways to make sure that the consumer that goes to the store is aware of other opportunities within the community such that they can spend their dollar or dollars in more than one place as they go through. So there are promotional pieces, there are informational pieces that can be located within different businesses, restaurants, stores, so that they're aware of the opportunity of other places that they can go to. In many cases, we are driven by one mission, and that is, by the way, I'm going to town, I'm going to downtown Wayne, or I'm going out to the mall to purchase one item. We men, and I don't mean to prolong this, but normally we men are mission-oriented. We do not deal with any sort of impulse shopping. We don't believe in that. And yet we will go to the store and buy the item, and on the way out, well, we have to get something for the kids, and I have to pick up a six-pack for the ball game that's going to be this afternoon, and oh, I forgot I have to get certain things. 80% of what we purchase is on impulse, whether we believe it or not. What we have to make sure is that a person who is directed to visit a particular entity, whether it's a restaurant after work or whether it's a hardware store, is aware of other things that are going on and or other stores, and we accentuate the relationship between the businesses such that we will allow them to let that impulse loose as they're going back to the parking lot or as they are traveling across the street. We just have to advertise and promote what's here, either individually for each business to advertise the entire district, or we need to have some sort of promotional piece that talks about the entire district, such that when they're going to come here, they realize they can do 2 or 3 things. Is that what you were talking about?
That's what I was talking about. It seemed like people like to go up to Westland or to other areas to go to dinner. And if they came to Wayne as a destination for dinner or lunch, that would also help the retail. We're looking at the state Wayne and having like a dinner theater type of link up, which I think would fall into the type of strategy that it seems to be important to the people living in Wayne, that when they looked at going out to eat, that they consider very strongly staying within the city, and that would help with going to other retail stores in the city.
Certainly that combined package is very good, not only for the consumer, such that they will have a couple things. They won't have to go somewhere else to do it, but also it's good for the businesses, so that they can share, if you will, the time of the individual consumer in 2 different places. Whether you have the complimentary package between different stores, different entertainment entities, or maybe you just have different promotional pieces, such that the person is aware that there's something else that they could go to while they're downtown. It's very important. That's a very good idea.
A couple of problems with that strategy here, immediately identifiable. One would be the hours of stores around the dinner strategy. Many of your stores are not open. Second, I've not eaten in many of your restaurants downtown, but when I've been there, I find nothing there that indicates to me what else is in the town that I might want to look at to do. So I think you've got some promotional strategies there that could be pursued.
At the last meeting, we were given this one page of the survey showing shopping location patterns. I saw a headline in our paper this week that said what people in Wayne prefer to go to Westland to shop. But I thought it was premature because the top half of this page does say that, but the bottom half of the page says you're shopping for gifts, groceries, prescription drugs, or hardware, and the majority of people want to stay in Wayne. And I thought that was unfair. I thought it was premature, and I'm sure that you haven't made that assumption at this point that most people in Wayne want to go outside to shop.
No, I think...
Depends on what you're shopping for, obviously, and putting that all together in a total pattern of how people shop.
Sure, I think your observation is correct. What that tells you is you've got a serious leakage of income in clothing. Clothing, but in other areas you're not.
Right. We know that. But the majority of people that are out shopping for other items are staying here in town.
Kroger's or Farmer Jack's or former AMT, whatever it is, to get there because they can get their items there. But you know, banking, financial institutions in Wayne are tremendously successful. National Bank of Detroit's the largest branch in Area 35. That covers Southfield and Plymouth. This is the most successful bank they've got. Highest volume bank they've got. Northside Hardware is the 10th top true value store in the United States of America. So it really comes down to the fact that if people want to dig in and do a good job, they can produce sales. Especially when they're not competing with the malls.
I think those data do say very clearly that banking, hardware, and gifts are drawing a lot of people into town, which means they're anchors around which you can begin to build other things.
I noticed that we have a small percentage of small appliances, 5.4% in the city of Wayne. Is this an area that could be capitalized on and expanded? I was wondering just where they go, who gets most of the businesses for the small appliances in town? And is that the type of business that we could be going after to try and attract to the city? Because there seems to be, even with the small amount of retail that's available in the city of small appliances, that we seem to draw the people from the city to be shopping in town for that type of object. Can we develop that end of it and have sort of a niche in that area, such as we have in hardware, or we do a good job in the gifts area?
I think that's a possibility. It requires a lot more study. Can stores in town be competitive?
Would that be part of the strategic plan that the group would be going through and bringing back to the council in the final report?
Well, I guess there's two questions there. Would they be recommending that as an area to look at more closely? Possibly, I don't know. Are the task forces themselves going to be able to do the detailed research to evaluate that?
Right.
Probably not, but it would set up a process to have that done.
I was sort of hoping that they'd be able to get into that kind of detail so that we could have a specific strategic plan, something that's not general in nature, but has some specifics that you can put your teeth into and really go after and to promote and develop the retail business in the city.
I think the strategic plan will have some very concrete steps that can be implemented immediately. There are clearly going to be some areas where some detailed research is necessary before you can decide on the feasibility of a particular action.
I think it's within the market analysis, within the opportunity to define potential shops, stores, businesses in the community. It's very important not only to understand where the consumer spends a certain amount of their time into what particular shops, but also to understand what their income level is, what their age level is, and such. I've dealt with a lot of communities in the state of Michigan, and the issue comes up, and well, we need a shoe store. Well, are they talking about PF pliers? Are they talking about work shoes? Are they talking about wingtips? It's very important that not only do we understand where they spend time, and they go out elsewhere for that kind of small appliance or something like that business, but also to understand exactly who are we talking about that we can serve. Not only should we say, by the way, you need a small appliance store. We have to be a little bit more helpful to say we need a small appliance store. The majority of the customers are going to be within this income level or this age level. So we have to help the business not only to come in, but also to be secure that the market is there. Yes.
And a specific question, when I looked at it, it was quite interesting on the demographics I saw in the survey, customer in the city. There was a very small percentage, I thought, of senior citizens in terms of shopping inside the city. And I would have thought that we would have had more senior citizens shopping within the city because of the travel restrictions and that sort of thing. that would keep them close to the retail area, and they could use the closeness to the retail area. Is this an area that could be studied to develop the kind of shops that the seniors would want to have or need to have, and that end could be promoted to develop within the town? Because I'm quite puzzled, just where the seniors do go to do the majority of their shopping. Are we busing them all out to Westland Mall and they're doing all their shopping there? Where we should be promoting some businesses that cater to the seniors, specifically cater to the seniors, so that they don't have to get on a bus, go up to Westland Mall, and then have their lunch out there and then come back later, and they can save their own time and energy by staying right within the city and enjoying the restaurants and retail within the city. Is that an area that we're missing out on?
Well, I think not only from the evaluation of the survey information and the demographics that Ron is going to be obtaining, but also from the goals and objectives of the task force that just met prior to this meeting, and that was understand the market and understand who's here and how can we best not only serve the resident that's here, but also how can we assist those businesses that are already here to make sure that there's that connection. That is definitely an issue that's coming out of the task force that we just met with today, as well as the market data and the demographics that we collect will give us a much better understanding of where things are happening that we're not aware of. You bring up a very good issue. The data shows us, by the way, they're not shopping downtown. Where are they? Therefore, we need to evaluate that, and the task force is definitely set up for that.
Okay.
In regards to what Mr. Bishop said, I wondered if perhaps there were some facts and figures from Nick and Vincent. Mr. Kelly, might there be some figures from Nick?
Well, I believe there are. I think that would explain
I believe so too.
the question mark in Al's mind. We do transport a great many senior citizens all around the 5 communities, not just the Westland Wall.
I believe a higher percentage are people who are like out to Kroger's and Westland or to Myers.
To Myers,
Yes.
sure, Wonderland. But there's one other thing that I think, and I didn't see it, is any direction towards the number of people who utilize the local physicians or medical facilities.
We picked that up in our survey.
There was a question asked, I think, well, it would show up that 0.7% were professional office visits. And I'm trying to recall the raw data. We'd have to go back and take a further evaluation of that, but there seemed to be a fairly sizable number of people who were using local service, physicians, doctors, things of that nature. But again, I'd have to go back and review the actual raw data, and that's something which will come out in the further analysis of the data.
Yeah, what Ron was just referring to was a sidewalk intercept survey, and the question asked what were the reasons for coming down to downtown Wayne.
And going back to the point that you raised early on with the number of people in town at the time you were conducting the surveys, it shows almost 65% were from outside the city. Was there any correlation between the dates that you performed that service and some kind of thing that was going on in the city?
No. Without, again, as Dr. Letterberg indicated, we're going to go back and take a more in-depth look at that. My initial feeling was that most people came to either Leo's or Northside Hardware. That because of the attraction of those major retailers, they specifically made a trip to purchase from those two retailers.
I think that plays out rather well, 65%, because 65% of our libraries is by Westland people. And we have a population of 20,000 and an area of shopping circumference of about 5 miles of 190,000 people. So I'd say that representing 20,000 against 190,000 shopping base, 65% of the people who use the business in town would be from out of town. I think it just goes without saying. It would be unusual to me if I thought that 20,000 people could support a place as busy as Northside Harbor. It needs a base of about 120, 130, 150,000 people. Pete?
Yeah, I'm wondering how you got that number. The sheet we have here in front of us says that the interviews were done at Michigan Avenue, Metro Mall, the south end on 25th, Metro Mall and Michigan Avenue at Cheryl's and Leo's on the 26th, and 27th they were done at Michigan Avenue, Metro Mall, and Wild Bill's on the north end. How do you get this data from Northside Hardware when nobody was even around there doing the interviews?
That's only where the individual was intercepted,
That's
those
what-
locations, but they
You say
could have in fact been
They
going
came
to
from
the
north
north.
side and they walked to downtown, or came got downtown from north side somehow?
Well,
And was intercepted on Michigan Avenue or the mall or something?
we don't know. We have not done the detailed
That's why I'm
analysis.
asking. It sounded like a conclusion, and I didn't see it in the,
No,
in the
it should
spot
not
where
be a
you were in.
conclusion. It is a very interesting finding, though. I mean, it may be expected, but in terms of strategies, it offers real possibilities, so we are going to go do some very detailed analysis.
So I believe that the biggest majority of the people that come, because I know people that come from 3 or 4 cities away to go to the other side, so I wouldn't think it would be unusual. But I'm just wondering how we got them intercepted down on Michigan Avenue, or the mall or someplace, do that interview.
This is another topic that I'm on part of the committee that's researching the parking problem. Fortunately, we don't have a parking problem, but maybe unfortunately, we don't have a parking problem, because if we did, that would mean we have a lot of people coming in with our present parking. The big question is, that we're working on, is making Michigan Avenue two-way. Are we going to end up with concrete results and statistics that in other areas it works or it doesn't work, so that we won't seem to go out on a limb to say let's try it? Because I'm not in favor of us trying it for the expense of it taken. For some business people who are already successful say don't change anything. Some people who are not successful say that would be the greatest thing that could happen, but we don't have anything concrete to go on. Do you think that your committee or your staff is going to come up with some facts from other areas? Or are we, part of the committee, going to end up with those facts? Because it's been a question that in a lot of people's minds about Michigan Avenue being two-way. Then once we have established this, we have to convince the transportation.
I'm not sure, and I checked this with Bob. I've never run into a case with a divided road like that through a commercial district. I don't know what you would compare it to. Have you seen that, Bob, in your experience?
We have another one up in Mount Clemens that has a major highway that kind of creates an island in the middle. In most cases, you don't have, well, in most of the situations, you will have a business loop and a main drag that both come off the same main highway, main highway, where you will have the bypass traffic following that highway, and then you'll have a business loop. It may be a relatively small, short business loop, but that is the situation now. Whether in fact we can perceive what the result would be out of creating the Michigan Highway east and west lanes into a business loop and a main, pass-through lane, north and south, I think we can look at the alternatives or the reactions of creating an entity like that, an environment like that. There are many examples of business routes coming off state highways, whether they're Michigan highways or interstate highways, that create almost a similar setting to yours. But we certainly can evaluate what the impact has been. Because the main concern from those communities is, by the way, don't create the bypass, because we want everybody going through our downtown. However, those communities that have had a bypass have been able to deal with that by creating an environment that is more conducive to having business traffic come into their area, into their downtown area. And they've been compatible with that bypass situation.
Well, there is a big question in my mind, is that Dearborn was going to have a bypass at one time, and somehow they stopped it now. I don't know what took place, but somehow it didn't occur, where Garrison was going to be the other street, and they've stopped it. But Dearborn, even though they've stopped it, still seems to be struggling with having commercial, or having an active commercial to draw from. However, now Wyandotte has just the opposite, and they don't have a bypass. I'd love to see something happen in Wayne, like the city of Wyandotte. If you travel through there, you'd have to slow down, and they think of all kinds of ways to slow everybody down. And it seems to be very successful. And after a while, driving through there, often you don't really mind the slow traffic once you get used to it.
Well, you have a captured, identified commercial district in Wyandotte. You're getting both east and west, or northeast and southwest traffic going through the downtown. In this situation, we only get them once a day. We either get them going west or we get them going west. And therefore, we have half the traffic in that more concentrated commercial area, even though we do have commercial in both sides, districts. It's easier within Wyandotte to, knowing that we have them and knowing that we can't reroute them around Wyandotte, let's make sure they see us. Let's make sure they pause as they're going through, and we don't want to just see the dust. It's a little bit easier there than it is here, but certainly we can look at the similarities between this and other communities that have bypasses, that have business routes as well as pass-through routes.
But the evidence is strong that where communities or states have designed the road infrastructure to move people quickly and expeditiously through a commercial area, that commercial area suffers. And other projects I've done, we've made very concrete recommendations. Slow the traffic down, make it more congested, give people a chance to see what's there, to be attracted in. So, your suggestion is, would slowing them down help?
If I may, I'd also like to respond to Mr. Rowe's question, which is similar to Mr. DiMattio's. And that is, what is the level of detail which this plan will address? What will be the end result? As Dr. Ledber had said earlier, in some instances, it will be rather detailed, and you can sink your teeth into it. In other instances, the task forces do not have the technical ability or expertise, or even it's really going beyond the scope of their work and their commitment to serve on this task force to be able to do an engineering study. So that'll need to be something that they'll be able to put a blueprint together to address. That this is a question. In many instances, it may only bring up another question, but it's another question that which you'll need to grapple with, and I think that's equally important.
I had a question concerning the bypass, because I've had people bring it to me and say, I don't think we should do that, because if we create the bypass and then we create the two-lane down on the west side through downtown, people don't want to come downtown, they're all going to go around. And the only people coming into downtown are those that want to specifically end up there. And we lose all the pass-bys that might see something in the storefront and say, I want to come back and shop there. And that was a point that was brought up to me, that some people felt by doing the bypass, you're going to lose all you people coming through downtown, and therefore going to hurt business more than if you had them going by a little faster. But I don't know. We have a stoplight at every intersection in downtown now, I think. I don't know if we're going to slow them down much more.
Are they timed so you can get through them all?
Yes. Not real well. Yeah, but you got to go 30 miles an hour to get through. But you got to go through the speed limit, 30 miles an hour, or you don't hit them.
That's the following up, Mr. Mayor, what Councilman Rowe was saying, and Councilman Meany. I'm on the same task force with Councilman Rowe regarding traffic and parking. And the biggest dilemma that we face in that task force, as well as in my department in general, in terms of the downtown development plan, is where you have retailers like Designer Warehouse and lots of Nichols, soon Baker's Acre, Leo's. They're fearful of that very issue, that if you make Michigan West two ways and call it Main Street, and you take Michigan East and make it two ways and call it Michigan Avenue or whatever you need, that they're fearful that that traffic that they see once a day barreling down the road will miss something that they're advertising, because they're going to be on the bypass going around the downtown area. And they're the most apprehensive about the traffic issue. Other merchants that
sort of have nothing to lose, and I don't mean that in to be derogatory, but other merchants that have nothing to lose have applauded the idea of slowing the traffic down and only getting the ones in the immediate Main Street area that plan to come to their business. And so it's something that we're going to need some very good data on from the community and from the business community, the residents as well as the businesses, because you don't want to vote $500,000 or more, could be $2 million. You don't want to vote that kind of money to make that kind of a road improvement, a road project, and then have it fail. It has to be something that 80-90% of the people of the community and the businesses of the community feel is going to be an asset. But everybody over and over and over and over, whether it's Wayne Road or Michigan Avenue, constantly complain about the speed of the traffic. They go by so fast. They go by so fast. It's just, and we've heard it over and over from the potential developers about not coming in the downtown area because it's a one-way street. Now, how many of them, if Michigan Avenue were two ways downtown, how many of them would have located there? I don't know. It's, how many times Wib and I and others have worked with someone that ruled out the downtown area because of the one-way street path. And it's so difficult to quantify. It's so, you just don't want to spend $2 million or $500,000 or whatever on a gut feeling. You want to spend it on data and facts and something that engineering-wise, assume it can be done. Lanes can be added, and you can, the geometry of the road can be handled. But there's no question about the fact that some of the downtown merchants, they are just so fearful that if we mess around with that traffic pattern, that's going to be the end of it. And on the other hand, others are so positive about it. So we're going to need some data, whether it comes out of this program or we have to hire a surveying firm to really stop the people going in and out of Leo's and in and out of Designer Warehouse and lots of Nichols and other places and say, did you come here because you passed by here on your way home from work and you saw this, or did you come here today because you know the store exists here and you've been coming in and out of it for the longest time? That's the only way we're going to be able to get that level of comfort for the council and the DDA to answer that question about going ahead with that project. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, and that's the issue that was on page 10. The respondents and the business people overwhelmingly were satisfied with the interiors of the stores and the exteriors of the stores. But as far as the attractiveness of the shopping district, the businesses were even less impressed than the residents. Fully half the residents thought the attractiveness of our shopping district was poor. The other half were divided between excellent and satisfactory. The businesses were 57% thought the attractiveness of the district was poor. What were they saying? If the store exteriors and interiors were satisfactory, interior and exteriors of the stores were satisfactory or better, where did all this negative comment about the attractiveness of the district come up? And what were they talking about? The signs? The condition of the road?
Empty stores.
Empty stores?
It was the survey and the comparison of the data from the residents as well as the merchants was interesting, and it was important for us to understand where they're coming from, not necessarily the letter of what they said, but where they're coming from. And I don't say this as a criticism of the answers to the questions, but many of them spoke about that a lot of the businesses downtown needed to improve their exterior appearance. And of course the interior of the vacant stores, I guess we don't even debate that issue. And maybe they weren't thinking about the interiors of the vacant stores when they talked about interior and exterior.
But we also asked them at the time whether they were considering improving their exteriors. And greater majority said that the exteriors were not as satisfactory as they would like, but less than that said, in fact, most of them said that they would not probably consider improving the exterior of their store. So it may have been a situation about, my interior looks pretty good, and I think most other interiors look pretty good. My exterior looks pretty good, and there are some that don't look quite as good as me. So in fact, it was where they were coming from, not necessarily taking exactly what they said in relationship to the two questions and matching them up. Do you know what I'm saying, Ty? There is a certain amount of ambiguity between the answer of one and the answer of the other, and why don't they match up evenly? I think it's a perception.
You found that the business people were saying that when you asked them, are you going to do something to the outside of your store, you found that most of them said they would not be able to? Or they wouldn't?
I think that the variance or the variation between the response was that there were some that said possibly, and some that said not within a short time period. And yet that percentage was not the same as said that the exteriors of the businesses were less than desirable or less than satisfactory. So it's difficult to take those numbers and match them up evenly.
At the point that this was taken in April, there were in that area of the downtown, as Mrs. Hunt was pointing out, we had several more vacant stores than we have today. So at that particular point in time, and if I'm following you correctly, the sidewalk survey and the work with the merchants was done in that from April 23rd through the 27th, that period of time. Okay, subsequently, some of those buildings have been purchased and are beginning to be filled up. But the feeling that you were getting was that if a person is going in and out of Leo's or Designer Warehouse, they like Leo's outside and they like its inside. They like Designer Warehouse outside and inside. They have reservations about some of the other buildings' appearance, but the store they're going in and out of is okay to them. It's good to satisfactory. But they're offended, or they're put off, or they're concerned about the vacant McCrory store, or the vacant Farmer Jack store. That's the attractiveness they're talking about? Or they're talking about the issue of somebody's got a sign that's old, or someone has an awning that's in disrepair. What were they talking about? Their feelings, or were they talking about actual visual things?
Well, we were talking to those different questions when you talk about interior and exterior of the buildings, and then you talk about general attractiveness of the downtown. You may be talking about somewhat different animals in that you may get the mood, general attractiveness of the downtown, that the environment isn't quite right because of some vacancies, or because of the traffic, or because of the width of the sidewalk, which is not the interior or the exterior of the building. And so you're adding a few extras on it, but there were many comments, and as you remember from the survey, not only did we have answers to the questions, but we also had a volume of extra comments, and they did talk about a lot of the other aspects of the attractiveness of the downtown, so we were able to nail down some of those dislikes.
And I haven't seen all of them. I think that information about attractiveness and perception, cleanliness of the area, the signage or whatever, the trees, the awnings, I think that information would be useful to almost all of the task forces in some way, because I feel that that's probably again, the majority of the shoppers are women, and that you, right from your respondents, 2/3 to 1/3. That kind of information, I think, needs to get to the appearance and design people and the image and promotion folks. And if part of the attractiveness of the district has to do with the speed of Michigan Avenue and the traffic issue, that needs to get to the traffic group, and they need to sit down and understand that shoppers are put off by coming to Wayne because as you're going down Michigan Avenue, the road is so wide, if you don't keep up with people that are heading westbound, if you don't stay up with them, you're going to get driven off the road, or that kind of thing, if that's what they were saying. But I couldn't tell. Just the answer, the responses from the residents and the businesses about appearances, about inside and outside of stores, did not correlate or jive with that first question about the attractiveness of the district. If the business people were overwhelmingly, almost 80% of the business people said that their inside of their store was attractive, satisfactory, or excellent. 80% of them said that. Then when you ask that same question about the attractiveness of the whole district, 57% of them said it was poor. How can you go from 80% of the people that own a business in town feel that the inside of their store is pretty good, and 57% of them feel that the rest of the district is poor?
Does your grass look better than your neighbor's?
Not mine, but
And many times we get into personal perceptions of, I think I'm doing an okay job, and so we check that off. And is your neighbor doing an okay job, or is the rest? Well, they could improve. Mm-hmm. We may also be saying, by the way, I could improve, but it didn't come out in that first response of, I think I'm doing all right. So you have to be careful about that. But there are a lot of externalities that come into the attractiveness of the downtown in comparison to how does my interior or exterior look, my business, my building, my home.
We have two last questions. Two last questions to wrap up. Bob Bean, and then
I just wanted to follow. You mentioned something about many of the businesses felt that they might be able to improve the exterior and interior a little bit. They weren't going to do it right away. Do you think the fact that when you took this survey, we were still in the recession, had a lot to do with the fact that they weren't planning on spending any money to fix up their building at all?
Well, I think, again, just as the situation of when the question was asked about the appearance, and since then there have been some improvements. This survey is a piece of time, as the dates in that sheet show you, a variety of dates, but it is only a piece in time. Therefore, it's important that we don't say, by the way, the entire world of Wayne reacts in much the same way as these 5 or 6 days or the 2 days of the merchant survey. It's important that we look at their response in relationship to what is the economy of the general area. And everybody's a little tighter now than they were, mid-'80s. So certainly we have to use that as a reflection. But Ron is also getting demographic information from census as well as information from other communities about what was their reaction during that time period as well as over the time period of, say, 5 to 10 years. So we have to take that into context. Yes, it would be fairly
there is an
misleading.
Issue. If you ask the owner if they are planning to do something in isolation, you'll get one answer. If you ask them if they would be interested in participating in a major program to improve the appearance, you might get a very different answer.
Well, I think we have to wrap it up. Al? I'm sorry, Ed, roll.
I would like to ask you, the committee that's on promotion, are they studying signage? Is that one of the things under promotion? Because what I'm thinking of, proper signage or additional signage, we don't want it to look like Las Vegas, but however, at various intersections where there's traffic lights, and this has been brought before, mentioned before at council meetings before, is that there could be large signs with multiple listings of businesses on them. And we all know about timeshare. There could be something called sign share. And I think it's a good slogan even, sign share, because at various locations, strategic locations that would not take away from the city, but yet add to it, certain type of signage that when someone stops at a light could look up and see 10 different businesses, and they could have that much time, they could read it at a traffic light. And know that they're even here, even if they're located, in the same block. But that would just come from me as a suggestion to the promotional committee because we've been thinking about that way of doing it, even if there was something like a municipal sign situation. But it'd be better to have it privately owned and then sign share.
Yeah.
Just one final comment. I was looking at the sidewalk survey, and it seemed like that a significant portion of the people who live within the city of Wayne and shop in the city of Wayne, walked or took a bicycle down to the business that they were going to see. And it sort of led me to believe that are we getting a fringe effect along the business district? And a lot of people within the city who shop at the businesses are right along the fringe of the business area. But once a person who lives within the city gets in their car to go to a retail area, they don't choose Wayne as their first choice for going to a retail area. They go outside the area. And I'm wondering if we have an opportunity from the business standpoint to go past the fringe area right next to them and try to attract a lot of the other people from inside the city who drive to a retail area to go to downtown Wayne to buy their retail purchases. It just seems like once the people who live in the city get in their car, they're outside of the city for their shopping.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's just my comment from looking at the statistics here. I'm wondering what can be done in a strategic plan to be able to attract more people who have to shop, who have to drive to the shopping district and stay within the city rather than going to the outside retail.
It seems to me that is one of the issues that the promotion task force should be looking at in any overall promotion strategy. I think we would try to attract those people.
I think we need to wrap it up now. Is there anything from the audience that would like to ask? Thank you very much for your presentation. Five-minute break for those to reorganize, and we'll be back to the meeting in a few minutes.